What's going on, guys? Good afternoon. Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. And welcome back to Match View Live. It is Manchester United versus Liverpool. One of, if not the biggest game of the season. One of the fixtures that already, as soon as the fixtures come out, you search your calendar, you put it in. I know, again, it's one of the biggest games of the season, and we've got a lot to talk about. It's just under 2 hours to go until kickoff at Old Trafford. It's a 4 o'clock kickoff. It is truly a Super Sunday, and before then, we've got so much to get into. Before all of that, we're going to be talking about team news. We're going to be talking about Erik ten Hag hitting back at the media last night in the embargoed part of the press conference, which, again, was filmed Friday, which, remember, that Friday, I mentioned that press conference being a bit of a weird one and very frustrating when it came to really stupid questions, or as Erik ten Hag would say, stupid questions. That's right, Eric. Stupid questions and stupid what?
Stupid analyze.
Yes, stupid analysis from certain pundits and certain members of the media. We'll be talking about the second part of that. We'll also be talking about all of the stuff yesterday with Jadon Sancho before all of that too. We'll also be talking about Manuel Ugarte taking Jadon Sancho's number. He's the new Manchester United number 25. We'll be talking about team news as it comes in about, 45 minutes time, something around that kind of number. Remember, it's not an hour before now. It's an hour and 15 minutes before kickoff that the team news will come in. That's my predicted team right there. I'm expecting probably 2 changes today. I'm hoping that Matthijs de Ligt comes in at centre-back for Harry Maguire, and naturally, one would think that it would be Joshua Zirkzee starting up front and Bruno Fernandes dropping back into a 10 and getting closer to that, if I break my microphone, the 4-2-3-1 that Manchester United were utilising last season. So as I mentioned, there's a lot to get into. It is match day, as Dawood says right there in the chat. It's match day. Come on, United, indeed. And do you know what? Again, I know that maybe I'm really deluded. Maybe you're foolish, Owen. You're an idiot, Owen. All that kind of stuff. But I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling optimistic, shall we say. I don't think there's reasons that we should be scared of Liverpool or anything like that. It's early on in the season. I don't think we've seen what Liverpool really are at this point. I don't think we've seen what Manchester United really are at this point. And it's still not the total complete package or anything like that for United, because obviously still got players missing. Ugarte's not registered. He's not going to be involved today. But it's a long season. It's a really long season. But what can be done today is just putting that Brighton result last weekend behind us. You know, you've seen the start to the season that Brighton have had. Look at them. You know, they're unbeaten at the moment. They drew at the Emirates yesterday. Yes, there was a lot of extenuating circumstances with the red card and all that kind of stuff, but they're a very good team. And we were unfortunate, I think, anyway, to lose that game. So what we can do today is get a result, have the 2-week international break not be filled with negativity and a countdown to when Erik ten Hag is going to get sacked or anything like that, or pick on certain players or anything like that. What we can do today is be positive, lay down a marker, beat the rivals. I mean, all of the stats, you'll see them sort of scrolling in the scroller there, because that's usually filled with match stats and useful information. A lot of the stats were talking about Manchester United's sort of poor record against Liverpool in the Premier League. But I think it's also how you look at it, because what we did see last season is us playing Liverpool 3 times in all competitions, and Liverpool didn't beat us once in all of those 3 games. It was 2 draws and a victory in the FA Cup. They couldn't beat us at Old Trafford. They couldn't beat us at Anfield. In fact, since that infamous 7-0 game, and won against Manchester United since then. And actually, that season too, yes, they won the 7-0, but we won the first game of that season as well. So recently, actually, our record against Liverpool, people like to focus on the big negative, don't they, the 7-0. But actually, our record against Liverpool over the last couple of seasons is actually very good. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling optimistic. I hope you guys are as well. Click the like button and be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. You know what to do. Road to closing in on 176,000, long road to 200,000, and we shall get there just like Manchester United will as well, indeed. As far as the timeline, lock yourselves in for today. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to jump around from stream to stream or anything like that. What we can do today is settle down, settle in, get your drinks, get your food, get your whatever you need to get yourself through the match, and we'll be here for all of it. It's going to be a rare solo match view. Flex and KG are at the game, so you're going to have Flex and KG fan views at the game afterwards, which is going to be quite interesting. we win, because otherwise it'd be a very angry KG, that comedian. But still, you're going to be with me all through today. But before we get to anything, as you can see, when it comes to this QR code right beneath my microphone there, and also with the logo underneath all of the United View socials, and right there, look at that perfect timing on the sidebar. This stream, this show, Match View Live, is brought to you by Oxford Natural by Gowing Life. As you would have seen recently, KG the comedian, he has been optimized. The weight has been falling off. I think a lot of people actually on the channel have been optimized. I think everyone actually. I know Josh has, I know Flex has, and so have I. We've all been optimized. KG's journey, of course, has been very public. He's lost over a stone of weight. I have also been optimized. I made sure I was fully prepped today. You've got your Optimum Day. Let me get that right. There you go. Your Optimum Day and your Optimum Night. 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening. And it's very useful. It's very useful to get a healthier life and to, take your bio age down and quite literally get yourself optimized. For myself personally, I haven't been following the same regime that KG has. I know KG's down a stone. I know from my heaviest earlier this year, I am also down now, quite over a stone. Still a long way to go, but Optimum legitimately has been a staple of that process, of that journey. It does really help with the cravings and really helps with maintaining your sort of insulin spike levels, and with the Optimum Night, getting a good restful sleep. I'm a very restless sleeper. And it's been very, very, very helpful when it comes to that. So if you also want to get optimized, if you want to start your own health journey, you can do so. Scan that QR code on the screen right there on the sidebar, or the one next to the scoreboard there, and you can subscribe and save up to 70%. Get 70% off your Optimum subscription. So if you haven't already, you can get involved utilizing that, and certainly I would recommend it. Like I said, it's definitely worked for me. So big up, and I know that quite a few people actually have been utilizing the Optimum Day and Night. So once again, if you can scan the QR code, you can get up to 70% off when you subscribe. I can just see also that Newcastle are 1-0 up at St James's Park against Spurs. I've got that game on one of my multiple screens here, so you can we can keep ourselves updated when it comes to all of that. Right, should we get some news? We'll get some news before we get into anything when it comes to team news or anything like that. Of course, once team news does come in, we'll let you know what we hear. Let's begin. Let's start with the Jadon Sancho stuff yesterday. So we can just get it out the way. In all honesty, let's get it out the way when it comes to Jadon Sancho. So obviously, we knew that the deadline day deal had happened. It wasn't until yesterday that it got officially announced by Manchester United and Chelsea. But Jadon Sancho indeed has joined Chelsea on a season-long loan with a mandatory obligation that could be triggered if Chelsea place a certain place in the league. As you can see right there, Ben Jacobs saying that Chelsea confirmed Jadon Sancho has joined from Manchester United. It is a loan with an obligation to buy, triggered if Chelsea place 14th or better in the Premier League. It's a variable fee starting at 20 million and potentially rising to 25 million depending on how high Chelsea finish in the league. Jadon Sancho on this Chelsea move said, "I'm really excited to be here. London is where I grew up and I'm happy to be back. The man just spoke to me about the project, and for a young player, it's exciting. Hopefully I can bring goals and assists to the bridge." Now, it wasn't necessarily that I think rubbed people the wrong way. It came to all of the other stuff that happened yesterday. So Jadon Sancho posted this message on social media saying, "Thank you to all the fans, staff and teammates, Man United. Wishing everyone all the best in the future." Very short, very sweet, very succinct, wasn't it? I think if you compare that to, let's say, this message from 6 months at Borussia Dortmund on loan, this is maybe why people were a bit frustrated with that one going, where's Dom Robbie when you need him? Where's Dom Robbie? They're going...
Hold on, wait a minute.
They were going, wait a minute. You spent 6 months on loan at Borussia Dortmund and you wrote this. You wrote a full book. In comparison to your time at Manchester United, you wrote a couple of sentences. That probably says quite a lot about his feelings about Manchester United, doesn't it? In comparison to all of this, he posted this about his arrival at Stamford Bridge. He said, "I can't wait to get started at Chelsea." And then, of course, this has been his social media profiles and layouts ever since he went on loan to Borussia Dortmund in January. And whilst he's been back at Manchester United, it has still been black and yellow. It has still been the Dortmund colours. It has still been Jadon Sancho with the Borussia Dortmund loving. Well, it's been the same on his Instagram as well, with a very much Borussia Dortmund specific, even though he's been back and he's been involved at Manchester United. Immediately after the deal went through, this all got changed. This all got changed to Chelsea blue and Chelsea pictures right there, and the meltdown inevitably came from all the fans on social media. Now, when it comes to all of this and that stuff with Jadon Sancho, I'm going to be totally honest. I myself don't really care about that, in all honesty. I see it for what it is. I look at it and go, well, that's the confirmation what everyone kind of was wondering. You've got a guy that didn't want to be there and probably a manager that didn't want him there anyway. And it's both sorted now. It's sorted. He's done. Whatever. If he doesn't like Manchester United or he's soured on Manchester United because of his experiences, boo-hoo. I don't care, I think that everyone probably needs to look at themselves and say that they could have probably handled a lot of things better at that. It's like a relationship, isn't it? You have to take accountability. I don't think Jadon Sancho is a martyr by any stretch of the imagination. I think this idea that Jadon Sancho was incredibly wronged and everyone was against him at Manchester United just isn't true. I also think that the idea that Manchester United couldn't have done any more to support him or help him during this time is probably not true as well. Manchester United probably look at things and say, yeah, we could have handled this situation or that situation a little bit better. But what I think you can say when it comes to Jadon Sancho's time is he has to reflect upon himself. I think he has to reflect upon himself and go, I didn't live up to the hype at Manchester United. There might have been circumstances that I feel didn't go my way, but I didn't live up to the hype and it didn't work out at Manchester United. And I think those sort of social media posts and the way that he reflect on his time at Dortmund and his time at Manchester United says a lot how he feels about Manchester United. But also, Cry Me a River, those people, I've seen such the... And I think it is a minority of people in all honesty, but I've seen a minority of people that are like, we're not a serious club, or, what a fail, what an L by Manchester United. We've let go one of our biggest and brightest players. And you go, really? Really? I don't know if you really believe that, because let's face it, yeah? How long has he been at Manchester United? He signed in 2021. It's been 3 years. He's done next to nothing during this time period. It hasn't worked out. It's a bit like Raheem Sterling at Chelsea, isn't it? It's not worked out, in the same way that are you looking at loads of Chelsea fans with Sterling at the moment going, I can't believe they've let him go to Arsenal. They're like, I don't care, because it's not worked for them at that club. So whatever, go. And I think that's the same thing with Sancho at United. They go, well, it's been here for 3 years. It's not worked out. It wasn't going to work out, clearly. So just go. That's it. And we do this weird, I can't believe he's going before this player. Those players that get brought up all the time, i.e. Anthony or Maguire or Lindelof or whatever, they will all go. They are all going to go. It is just a matter of time. Wasn't going to ever probably be this window, so you have to temper expectations, but they're all going to go anyway. And as far as Jadon Sancho at Chelsea, it's not Man United's problem anymore. The only thing that Man United really need to worry about is hopefully Chelsea finish high enough till they get the full fee, and that's it. That's it with Jadon Sancho. So I'm glad it's done. I'm glad it's resolved. I think Man United, been a lot of talk about the fee. I think if you do look at the money involved in it, I think the report is that Chelsea are covering quite a lot of his salary. So United do save a considerable amount of money this year. And also if they do get that obligation with the highest amount, they'll make some money too. And I think that probably means that come January, I think that... that Manchester United are active in the January transfer market, which is what I want to see anyway, because I think the January transfer market can be I think the January transfer market can be really, really useful. And look at some of the signings we have made historically in the January window that have been absolutely vital to Manchester United, right? And there's a certain pool of players that do become available at the beginning of the year. So I think Manchester United participate in that. I think Manchester United get involved in that, and we've got some money to play around with, which I think is really encouraging too. So I'm to be honest with you, with all of that, I don't really hold really all that much bitterness because it's done, you know. And how well he'll do at Chelsea, how well will anyone do at Chelsea, frankly? I don't think Jadon Sancho is any different than that. So, it's not Man United's problem anymore. I am very, very actually happy that this is probably one of the last times that we have to kind of talk about this subject, because it's been a year, hasn't it? It's been a year that this whole thing has been going on, and frankly, it's been exhausting, absolutely exhausting. And yeah, I'm so glad that it's done, it's resolved, finished, and that's the case with quite a lot of things at United over the last year. like when Ineos came in, I was like, I'm so glad I don't have to talk about takeover stuff again. Even when De Gea went, it's like I was a De Gea fan, but I'm like, I'm so glad I don't have to talk about this. Ronaldo when Ronaldo, that thing was done, I was like, I'm so glad that's done. And I'd hoped at the end of last season, once Eric had got the sort of extension, then that would be kind of cooled down a little bit, but it hasn't. So yeah, it's but I'm glad that, again, I'm so glad that it's done. So everyone can just move on. Exactly, move on. What are people saying in the chat at the moment? Keith says, "Okay, Owen, let it go." I have. I absolutely have. But this is what's wild about it, isn't it? With this kind of stuff, is you do have to talk about it yesterday because it's the final part of it. You know what I mean? It's the final part of it, and but now it's done. So I'm very calm and content with it. You know what I mean? So yes, and I know that there are some people that are really, really on both sides of it. Really like, don't talk about it. Do talk about whatever. Like whatever. It's cool. It's totally cool. Let's move on to Ten Hag's press conference, because with Eric Ten Hag's press conference, I mentioned this on Friday when I did the press conference reaction stream, that I thought that that press conference from certain members of the media was nothing short of embarrassing, in all honesty, from some of the people that were in that room. And I called it at the time, right? And I don't like to do the whole, I told you so. But honestly, some of the questions they were asking Eric Ten Hag Friday is they were trying to push him to say certain phrases so they could have this narrative over the weekend. And the one on Friday, I saw it when they asked the question. They went, "As Arne Slot had it easier than you." And Eric Ten Hag was like, no, I'm not really. I don't really want to talk about him. They're different cycles, so I only really focus on us. That's what I really focus on. And they pushed it, and they pushed it, and they insisted, and they insisted. And then he sort of went, well, look, he inherited a different squad to me, so I don't know. And then that turns into Eric Ten Hag insists Arne Slot had an easier job than he did. And I thought, you bastards, you know exactly what you're trying to do. So with that in mind, when you get to the second part of this presser, the embargoed part of the presser, you know the mood that Eric Ten Hag was in, because they were trying it still. So it begins with the start, which is talking about how much money's been spent at Manchester United this summer. How much money's been spent at Manchester United this summer? And the guy asked a really long question with like 10 different questions in it. But he said, does that mean there's no margin for error? It's got to be the top four. There can be no excuses for that. What gives you confidence that you can achieve that beyond the fact that you've said in the past these are good players, but with respect, you said that last year and they didn't make top four. Why? What gives you the confidence it can be top four and there is no margin for error given the money spent? Right? So that's a really long question that this guy's asked, with about, again, 3 or 4 questions within that question. And Eric Ten Hag starts talking, and within a couple of sentences, the guy tries to interrupt him whilst he's giving him an answer of a question that he has asked to him. So Ten Hag says, listen, We won the last 2 years behind City the most trophies in English football. So we performed already the last 2 seasons, and we are. And then the guy starts to jump in. He starts to jump in going, no, but Eric, and Eric goes, listen. listen to me. And again, that comes across like really defensive. But in reality, it is a kind of, you are there as a journalist to ask a question. You have asked a question. He has begun to answer, and you're trying to interrupt him as he's just started to answer your incredibly long question. It was madness. And Ten Hag says, that is the reality. They are the facts. And yeah, also this year, we want to win, and we want to win trophies. Continues by saying, and so I'm quite confident we will build to this, and that is what we did the last 11 years. So just be patient, waiting. We will work on the process, and we have to improve the process, and we will aim for our next targets, and we will go for trophies. And again, it's one of those. This is why these press conferences are so weird because they're just, it's just non-stop. Again, like negativity. And what's the point of asking the question if just as you're going to get the answer that you've asked, you're going to then interrupt him halfway through? The Manchester United manager in a Manchester United manager press conference as well. And what do you expect him to say? I mean, they want him to say in there's no margin for error, we have to make top 4. But he's never going to say that, is he? He's never going to say that and put that unnecessary pressure on himself. Pressure's already there. So, in his point of view, he's always got his record that he's going to jump back on, which is, I've won 2 trophies, and these 2 years that I've been here, and other people haven't done that, and football's about winning trophies. So that's what he's going to keep going towards, and he's going to keep backing his record. That's it. So I just thought it reminded me very quickly, because it's been a few days since obviously that press conference happened on Friday, and I was on that press conference stream, I was like, this is just so bullshit, what some of them are doing. It reminded me straight away, and I immediately got back into the mindset of what Erik ten Hag must have been in at this point, because they were, again, just ridiculous. I mean, just ridiculous when it came to some of their lines of questioning. So next was about the atmosphere at Old Trafford today. Ten Hag was asked, Eric, the atmosphere at Anfield has always been famous for its intensity, but last year we saw Liverpool struggle with the atmosphere at Old Trafford when the momentum started to shift. Do you need the fans again on Sunday? Do you need them to turn Old Trafford into an extremely hot place? And Ten Hag said, I think that's often the case, and I'm sure the fans are ready for it now, and the fans are ready together with us to take the fire, to take this good challenge, and we are all excited. Fans are excited. The team is excited, and in togetherness, we will go for it. So once again, talking about needing the fans at Old Trafford, which you definitely do need the atmosphere there. So the next question was from Jamie Jackson. Eric, where's my Eric? I could tell Jamie Jackson desperately wanted to drop an F-bomb in this because he wanted to repeat what Erik ten Hag had said a couple of years ago. But he mentioned 2 years ago, Liverpool, also the third opponent in the Premier League, had lost the first 2 games, beat Liverpool, and you gave quite a pithy response when asked how you managed to did that because they play some good football. He actually said because we played fucking good football. That's what he said live on Sky. It was brilliant when he said that. He was asked, Erik ten Hag, do you remember saying that? Ten Hag was like, yeah. And Jamie Jackson said, so 2 years on, do you think they can play even better football? Do you think your team has progressed? And Ten Hag said, I am sure, as I said, we not only progressed, also we won. We won trophies. But then Ten Hag was then asked, fair play by Jamie Jackson. He said, but in what way have you progressed, though, in terms of style of play? Because there is still this ongoing querying of how your team plays. And Ten Hag said, but that is very subjective. So there is only one thing in football. That's about the end of the season if you win prizes, trophies or not. And I repeat myself, after City, we won the most trophies in English football. So this is when it gets back into that sort of discussion that we have had, I think, as United fans so much. I think it's also a discussion that is starting to go into other clubs at this point. I think that Arsenal fans are starting to have a similar discussion, or at the end of the season may have a similar discussion, and others, which is, what is success in football? How do you define success in football? Do you define success in football by competing Do you define success by competing regularly in the league, by saying being in a title race, challenging for the league, or being consistently in the top 4? Or do you define success in football by actually none of that really matters? What really matters is at the end of the season, what have you won? What have you won? If you're in the title race, it doesn't matter unless you win the title. If you're in the Champions League, it doesn't matter unless you win the Champions League. What defines success, basically? And it's a really interesting argument, isn't it? Because naturally, this was kind of a subject that Flex brought up on the Trinity a couple of weeks ago, saying that you don't want to be a cup team. People say like you want to be a cup team that you only ever finish like outside the top 4, but you win trophies. But I don't think that's the intention of Manchester United. I think that was last season. But previously, Eric's first season finished 3rd and won a trophy. Did they call us a cup team then? Because we finished in the top 4, right? So. And also, as many people will point out, history tends not to remember people that finished in 2nd place or people that finished runners-up. They might for a couple of years, but in the long term, they don't. And also when it comes to Manchester United post-Fergie, we finished 2nd a couple of times. No one cares. No one remembers. Under Ollie, we finished more consistently in the top 4 than we have under any of the managers post-Ferguson. But in reality, nobody really cared. One of the biggest things that was thrown against him was that he didn't win anything, right? And when he did get to semi-finals or finals, he didn't win. So, that's it's an interesting debate, and it's a similar one when it comes to, Arteta at Arsenal, isn't it? Has he transformed Arsenal? Absolutely, absolutely. He's transformed Arsenal and he has improved Arsenal, and now they're. For the last few seasons, and certainly at the beginning of, feels like every season at the moment, it's like, Arsenal in the title race, they could be challenging for the title. But in 10 years' time, let's say, if they haven't won anything, what will that period of time be remembered for? What period of time will that be remembered for? Oh yeah, it's almost similar to like Liverpool, isn't it? Well, Jurgen Klopp left Liverpool at the end of last season and retired, and look, he won everything at Liverpool. But still, his legacy still has that little bit of, but he was unlucky that he was doing it at the time Man City did it, because he would have won way more if Manchester City weren't around at the time. So it's a really interesting one. And I think that, again, this is where the end of the season will dictate this for Manchester United. Because if Manchester United have a similar season to last season, then Erik ten Hag won't be here. That is clearly obvious. And when you look at the backing that he has received in the transfer market, then he has to improve this season. Yeah, of course he has to. But it's still a really interesting debate, and I think it's one of those debates that there will never be sort of total agreement on it, will there? There will never be total agreement on it, because there will be those people that will say, no, for me, success in football is like just I do push back on those ones that go, it's just about style of play, because for me that is horseshit. That is nonsense. When people say I just want to see a good style of play, I push back on that, because if you just see a good style of play but you don't win anything, it will get old very quick. Very quick. Just as like Spurs fans or whatever. Oh, Ange plays great stuff. What are they winning? What are they competing for? Nothing. At Manchester United, they play good football. They play nice football. If you don't win anything, pressure will be on very, very quick. Very fast. Because that is the currency, particularly for Manchester United, that is the currency, And the whole style of play thing only really comes into effect when you're not winning games as well. But I push back on, I only want to see a style of play, a consistent style of play. Not true. Not true. Look at Arsene Wenger in his final years at Arsenal. They played probably the best football in the league, but they didn't win anything for a long time. And I remember they won a couple of FA Cups at the end, and even that was like, well, it's not enough. Got to progress. So the style of play stuff, I believe, is largely nonsense. Obviously, when you're winning, you want to see, you want to see your team play well and win. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you talk about trophies. You talk about trophies and what have you won. And I do, like I said, I push back on that whole, well, I just want to see the team play well. You want to see the team win. That's what everyone wants. Everyone wants to see the team win, because that is what football is about. Football is about winning. That's why everyone gets involved. If you're playing, whether it's Sunday League, semi-pro, professional, Premier League, Champions League, whatever, you get on the pitch to win. You don't get on the pitch to go, we're going to play nice. You get on the pitch to win. And you get on the pitch to win the game and hopefully win the competition that you're in. Because it's sport. And that's what sport is about. Sport is about competing and winning. So I push back on that whole, it's style of play, ultimately, But as Erik ten Hag says right there, it's subjective. Next was about the credit. So Ten Hag was asked once again by Jamie Jackson, do you feel you haven't quite received the credit for doing that, winning the second most trophies behind City? And he said, I don't care if I get the credit or I don't get the credit. What it's about is I had to build this club. We brought young players in. We progressed young players. We won trophies. So what can I do more? As far as I know, the fans are happy with me, but it's not about me. It's about Man United. And yeah, of course, we set higher targets and we are very ambitious. And the club, leadership, the team, definitely. So yeah, everyone, they see the potential. And now we have to work very hard to achieve the targets. And finally, he was asked about Harry Maguire. Harry Maguire called back into the England squad. And he was asked, obviously, you've got other good centre-backs, Martinez, De Ligt. Didn't mention Lenny Yoro, but obviously once he's back too. The question was, do you see Harry as your first choice here? And Erik ten Hag said, so we have a squad of more than 11 starting 11 players, and we need rotation throughout the season to keep everyone fit because no one can play all the games. But Harry Maguire will definitely play an important role for us, and I'm very happy for him that he is back for England, and I think it tells us something about his performances in the last couple of games. Now, what I read into that is, he didn't say he was the starting centre-back there, did he? Harry Maguire is not Manchester United starting centre-back. Now, it was a bold decision by a bold man for him to start against Brighton. In retrospect, the wrong decision. I firmly expect Matthijs de Ligt to start for Manchester United today. They wouldn't have brought him otherwise. I think that Erik ten Hag is just a very stubborn man and a stubborn manager, and if he wins, he doesn't like to change. It's probably a fault, in all honesty, that he kind of waits maybe sometimes for something to go wrong or for a team to lose, for him to make changes. But I'm very confident that today it will be Lisandro Martinez and it will be Matthijs de Ligt as a centre-back pairing. And I think largely for the majority of the season, I think that will be the centre-back pairing for Manchester United this season. Obviously, once Lenny Yoro comes back, I think the intention is to integrate him into the team, and he would probably be like the third, and have him develop. He's still only 18. He's still very, very young. But I think that that's going to be the centre-back pairing this season for Manchester United, because we wouldn't have bought him otherwise. And particularly with Ten Hag's history with De Ligt, like that's what it's going to be, isn't it? That's what it's going to be. So, yes. Some interesting team news here. There is, as I mentioned, some rumours on social media that Matthijs de Ligt could be set to start for Manchester United today, which is what I expected. It's also being reported that Alejandro Garnacho starts for Manchester United today, as well as Marcus Rashford. So that suggests to me that Amad Diallo may be on the bench for Manchester United. But we'll have to wait and see if Joshua Zirkzee is going to be starting. But I would think then that means that front three most likely will be Garnacho, Rashford, and Zirkzee. So Amad is on the bench. If that is the case, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by that. We mentioned before. Look, my only hope with Marcus Rashford this season with Erik ten Hag is that I get it at the start of the season that he wants to try and get Marcus Rashford back to where he was a couple of seasons ago. Whether or not you think that that's possible, I myself don't think Rashford can hit those heights on a consistent basis. I'm of the mindset it was a purple patch, and I don't think he can hit those numbers again. But I can understand why he would try to do that, particularly with Rashford's record against Liverpool. Rashford's record against Liverpool is very good. But my hope for Erik ten Hag this season, if Marcus Rashford is not delivering, we do not have what we had last season, where it took a period of time where Erik ten Hag was just so hard-headed and stubborn with him. Like, it got to the point where Rashford would come off like 80th minute. Then that turned into like 60th minute. Then it turned into, I'll put Rashford on the right to not take him off. Then it turned into, maybe like 50 minutes. I would hope that Erik ten Hag can get himself into a position where he can go, right, I'll take Rashford off then. Or Rashford won't start. Rashford can hold bench for a couple of games because that's what he needs. For today, I can understand it, but I think that the line that Marcus Rashford has to walk, I think, should be way, way thinner this season than it has been previously. And I don't think we should get into the scenario where it's like Rashford's just bona fide every single game he's going to start. Today, I get it because it's a big game. It's Liverpool. You do need some experience there too. And on top of that, again, his record is good against Liverpool. So I understand that. But I hope Erik ten Hag isn't as stubborn with him as he was last season. I'm glad to see Garnacho start because I think he deserves it given his performances so far this season. As far as Ahmad will come on today. There's no way Ahmad doesn't get game time. He'll come on 65th, 70th minute. Last time he came on against Liverpool, Old Trafford, did very, very well last season, didn't he? So, as Erik ten Hag has said multiple times, it's not just about the 11 that start, it's about the 11 that finish. You don't win a football match with 11 players. Nowadays, you win them with sort of 15, 16 players, which is very, very true too. And you do need the options off the bench. And actually, when I was looking at the team and sort of doing my predicted team last night, I was looking towards the bench. And I do think, because of today, our bench is probably going to be quite light. And we're probably going to look to the bench and go, that's a bit... I'm not sure how many options we've really got off there. Because some of the natural substitutions that he would have done previously, he can't do anymore, right? If Scott McTominay was still here, we would go, McTominay's going to come on at some point today. And he did score against Liverpool last year, didn't he? So you'd be like, McTominay's going to come on. Well, McTominay's not there anymore. So McTominay's gone. So you're going, okay, midfield options. It's really Christian Eriksen and Toby Collier are your two midfield options that you've got there. Ugarte, not registered. So we're a bit light there. Wide players, you got Anthony. He did score against Liverpool in the FA Cup equalising goal, but as far as his cameos he's made this season in the Premier League and throughout pre-season, to say he's left a lot to be desired is the understatement of the effing century. And maybe you do need those options off the bench. So maybe that's where Ahmad does come in today. So that is quite interesting. Some team news there. Once again, if you are just joining us, the suggestion is Alejandro Garnacho starts. Marcus Rashford also starts, as well as Matthijs de Ligt. They all start for Manchester United today. Official team news should actually be out in about 5 minutes' time. Kickoff, once again, is at 4 p.m. British summer time. But if that is the accurate reporting, which sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, by the way. So, I remember towards the end of last season in particular, there was a lot of things that went round on social media with players starting, and then the team news came out and you went, that's not the team that was said a few minutes ago. But it would look like at the moment, the starting 11 would be Onana in goal, back four of Mazraoui, De Ligt, Martinez and Dalot, midfielder Casemiro, Kobbie Mainoo, Bruno Fernandes in the 10, Alejandro Garnacho on the right-hand side instead of Ahmad, Marcus Rashford on the left, and Joshua Zirkzee up front. That's what it would appear to be, but as I mentioned, that's not confirmed or anything just yet. The confirmation on that will be coming out in a few minutes' time. Of course, also once the Liverpool team news is out, we'll bring that to you too, so we can have a look at what the ops are going to line up against us this season. What else are people saying here in the chat about it all? Let's get your thoughts and get your predictions in too. Javid says that finishing team versus starting team is total BS. This implies Ollie as a sub was superior to Cole and York. Well, I don't think it's BS. I think the point being is that you need options. Exactly what you're saying right there. You need options. Look, Sir Alex Ferguson used to change an entire front line if the game wasn't going the way that he wanted, you know. And the last thing Erik ten Hag would need today is to be something's not working, or it's not going very well, and he turns towards the bench and goes, "We've got nothing. We've got nothing we can do to bring on. We've got nothing I can do to bring on the game." Or I tell you what, that fullback, that defender, he's looking a bit tired at the moment, but so's our winger. Our winger's a bit tired. Who can we bring on? What can we do? So you do need a squad. You do need a squad of players. Again, you don't win a game of 11. That's how the best teams in this league are successful, aren't they? They bring players on. Look at Arsenal last week. You know, they bring on Trossard all the time. He always scores. Look at City with all the players that they've got. My goodness me, they can bring on so many players. So I think that sometimes it is a bit weird, isn't it? When the starting 11 comes out, I mentioned this before, that there are these different freak out points for United fans, aren't they? There are the freak out points are team news, halftime, full time. When the team news comes out, every single week there is a freak out. Every single week, because there'll be one player that hasn't been picked or has been picked that people don't like, and because of that, it's like, right, we're gonna lose, we're terrible, rah 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 rah. But again, it's about the team, it's about the squad. It's not just about the starting 11. It's never about just the starting 11, because again, football's played over 90 minutes. It's not played over one half, and you need options off the bench. That's always how it is. So we shall see. So it does look like that team that was that I just said previously, that does look to be accurate. So it does look like, as I mentioned, it is going to be Garnacho for Ahmad on the right, and also it does look like it is going to be Joshua Zirkzee starting up front. As I mentioned, we will get that confirmed news from Manchester United in the next 2 minutes, but the Twitter account known as Ten Hag Ball is saying that the starting 11 is Onana, Mazraoui, De Ligt, Martinez, Dalot, Casemiro, Kobbie Mainoo, Alejandro Garnacho, Bruno Fernandes, Marcus Rashford, and Joshua Zirkzee. So that would look like that is going to be that sort of 4-2-3-1. As far as the bench, obviously, whenever the sort of leaked team news comes out, it's never the bench that comes with it. But we'll find out that very, very shortly what that team news actually is from Manchester United. Let me know again what your predictions are, how you're feeling. Are you optimistic? Are you nervous in the chat about it? Like I said, for me, I'm feeling I am feeling, let's say, optimistic, but I'm not. I don't have that, and maybe this is stupid and foolish of me. Maybe this will come back to bite me, but I don't have that like fear of dread. There have been games when we've played Liverpool in recent years when I go, oh my God, we're going to get absolutely smashed. And I just don't feel that today. I remember Ollie's last season, we got beat 5-0 by Liverpool. And I remember going into that game being like, we are going to get absolutely hammered today. We are awful. We are terrible. And I don't feel like that today. I don't. I'm almost of the mind of the feeling when it comes to like Arne Slot of just like, go on then, bring it, go on, let's see you. All I've heard is from Liverpool fans about how great they are and how good they are, you know, because they've won their first 2 games against Ipswich and Brentford, which by the way, if they hadn't won, you know, so it's Old Trafford. It's Old Trafford. So I'm feeling good at the moment. Now, whether that feeling will last into 45 minutes and 90 minutes, but I'm feeling good. Dawood says I'm quite confident, to be honest. What else are people saying here? Chris says I feel nothing. Well, there you go. He says you feel nothing. Right, team news is just coming out. So when we come back, we'll go through all of it. But first, here's what Flex had to say on his way to Old Trafford earlier today.
Oh my days! Listen, massive game, and straight off the bat, yeah. Listen, with the narrative going into the international break after the Brighton loss, yeah, must not lose. Like, we cannot afford to lose. I don't think we will lose either, but I have to reiterate that fact because you can already see some of the cracks getting in there. The narrative and the feeling around everyone, it starts to get tainted, and all that optimism and sort of bright feeling that we had going into the season, which a lot of us had going into the season, it can be wiped out by like a devastating loss to Liverpool or a shit loss. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to stand up. I think they're going to be counted for. And I think they're going to make sure they get the job done and turn up today. But it's Liverpool. Do you know what I'm saying? We know their threats. We know how good they are. No one needs to explain anything about Liverpool. No one needs to explain to the players what this means. Not only for them, but for the fans, especially at Old Trafford. They all know it. So all of that's boring. I'm not even going to get into it's Liverpool and it's this and it's that. Everybody knows what it is. It's all about us and how we apply ourselves. And Eric has been speaking in the media. Again, he sounds bullish. I saw that he was saying, listen, since, after Pep Guardiola in the last however many years, we've been the most successful. We've got the most trophies. And Eric, like siege mentality. I'm going on the side of siege mentality. Of course, that's going to ramp people up who don't want him to be there. And of course, that's going to ramp people up outside the fan base because they're going to go, is this guy deluded? Our football's not great. We finished 8th last year with a minus goal difference, miles off the top, not in the Champions League. But because you won a Carabao Cup and an FA Cup, you're saying basically you're the second most successful manager after Pep in that time. And listen, factually, he said it's a fact. It's a fact with the trophies. There's going to be people of you sitting there saying, listen, it's a fact, Fleck. It's a fact. Don't let the media, and it's true. I've been on that. Like, they need to let us decide how we want to feel about our team. Not just negative. But obviously when Eric says stuff like that, it's because he's just had enough. He's just had enough of the negativity. And you know what? I don't mind it. Because like we say in the press conferences, people get angry that the players lie. That the manager lies and this, that and the other. I saw people saying, how did he say Sancho was going to stay, but then he left? Have you seen what happens when you come out and say players got to leave and they're not going to get no minutes? You take value off of their price tag. Yeah, that's what they did with flipping Raheem Sterling. And look at the shit that Chelsea are in now because they had to let him go. So I don't care about that when in the press conference, and I have learnt that more. But it does come with pressure. And it starts today. It's Arne Slot's first game at Old Trafford in the Premier League. I know he came back with AZ before and lost. But we need to give him a baptism of fire, man. It's Liverpool. I want the cavalry brought in. We got to get De Ligt in there now. He has to start. In the absence of Mason Mount, Xerxes has to start, surely. And the big one is Rashford, man. The big one is Rashford, because really, he shouldn't really be starting this game. On form and with how it's looking like it's turning out right now, we haven't seen enough of improvement. And Ahmad, he's been mixed. Let's not paint the picture. He's been absolutely brilliant for every part of, the 2 games he started already, or 3, including the Community Shield. He hasn't. But, he got his goal last week, but just before he's probably going to get taken off. And he has been contributing. Garnacho's chomping at the bit and deserves to start a game. And Rashford is the one you're looking at. Rashford's the one on the left-hand side where you're going, are you doing enough, bro? Are you doing enough to keep that spot? And I don't think he has. But here's the thing. But if there is one game where Rashi can turn up and put a shift in and be on it, it's Liverpool at home. And I think that's why Eric will probably start him again. I'll be stunned if he doesn't. I was wrong about this last time, but I think he might take out Ahmad. If he does keep faith in Ahmad and keep Garnacho as like this super sub coming on, I won't be mad, but I will feel it a little bit for Garnacho. But I have said at the same time, it's about having different weapons. It's about having different options. It's about having different, substitutions available to hurt opposition as the game goes on. Liverpool got that in abundance. They've got good players who can come on to change a game. They've got Darwin Núñez. They've got Harvey Elliott. They now got Chiesa. They've got flipping, Endo if they want to calm down the game or something if he hasn't started, because Gravenberch is getting games now. They've got Cody Gakpo. Like, they got Curtis Jones. I think he's injured, but you get my drift. Like, they've got players who can impact the game. And that's what you need from the bench. And actually, when you flip it to look at the positives of Garnacho not starting, it's that, can you get some change out of Rashford for 65, 70 minutes? Can you get something out of Ahmad for the same time frame? Because you got this kid who's going to be chomping at the bit and come on and change the game in like the 60th minute. Is Rashford coming on in the 60th minute when he's pissed off sulking? What's he going to look like? Ahmad coming on off the bench. Different type of player. But look when he come off the bench against Liverpool last time. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's about options, and we need to remember that. Sometimes we get fixated on this player must start, and we forget about actually it's about who can impact the bench the best as well. And Garnacho definitely is that. But the reason why he deserves to start is because even if he starts, we know what we're going to get. Do you know what I mean? You're going to get that application, and of course, if it doesn't go right for him, then take him out. Midfield, again, no Mason Mount. Once again, you lot know how much I'm backing Mason Mount and really want it to work. But I have been saying, and Owen's been saying it, if he keeps getting these big injuries, unfortunately, we're just going to look at it, if a lot of people have already, but I'm talking about me personally, there's going to come a point fairly soon where you got to go, what's happened? What has happened? Injured all year in the first year. Fingers crossed this is one of few injuries he has this year, but it's not a great start. 2 games in, out for 5 weeks. Lucky he's got an international break there, where there could be, a week / a couple of weeks to kind of to get training and get himself fit to minimize the impact of being out. But he said, I'll be out for a few games already, 2 games in. And, I do feel it for him, because he's, he put out a post saying, I want you to hear it from me. Obviously, he's gutted. Yes, he's not getting injured on purpose. I actually do feel for him. At Chelsea, he was so robust. He used to play all the time. But the last 2 years, I have no idea what's happened to him. In the last year at Chelsea, he was injured quite a lot, obviously last year, and look how he started this year. So not great, but that means Bruno will go back to his rightful position. And actually, what's weird is that this is probably the game where you would play that 4-4-2 or that 4-2-2 or that 4-2-4, whatever you want to call it, with the 2 false nines off the ball, be compact. Ugarte, I don't think was registered in time. I don't think he's going to be involved, is what I saw. I saw him in training, but I don't think he's going to be in the matchday squad, unless I'm mistaken on that. I have not really been at it for the last few days, so forgive me if that was an obvious one and I've missed that. But I don't think Ugarte is registered. So it seems like you got to go Casemiro, Kobe, and Bruno. And what's weird is that because our replacement for Scott McTominay's not actually in there yet, in Ugarte, I think we're actually weaker for this game. Like, you haven't got Scott McTominay who can just put in a shift and carry out some basic instructions. You haven't got Amrabat anymore who can do the same thing. So you've taken out them two. And as it stands, obviously we have replaced him with Ugarte, but he's not there yet. So for this game, and now Mason Mount's not there, that's 3 midfielders that we actually don't have for this game. And in midfield, there's no other options apart from Christian Eriksen, bless him. And it's like, if Kobe, Bruno, and Casemiro, they're going to have to deal with the 90 in there. There's not any other way of really switching that up, if I'm honest. Like, what can you do? So it's important, Xerxes, I'm pretty sure, he'll get a start. How long can he last? How fit is he as well? He's going to have to hold on to the ball. He'll be up against probably Konate and Van Dijk. I don't think Konate will come back in. He's going to have to find out what these games are about, get his touches in nice and early, know the strengths of his opponent, and let's feed him. Let's give him opportunities. No, he's not a prolific goal scorer, but the calm nature of him and the physical stature of him is going to be much needed, and we just have to be on it. And no stupid mistakes. That's the biggest thing. We have to cut out the mistakes. So, having said that, I'm going for a Man United win. I've got to be positive, man. It's negative after that Brighton loss. We're pissed off about it, but listen, at the end of the day, we have to be positive, man. Until there's evidence not to be, we have to be positive. I'm going to back the boys, man. 2-1 win, Manchester United.
2-1 win, Manchester United win. Flex is going for, and as you can see, that is the confirmed starting 11 on the screen right there. It's Andre Onana in goal. The back four of Nusay Mazraoui, Matthijs de Ligt starts, makes his first start for Manchester United today in one of Manchester United's biggest games of the season, partnering Lisandro Martinez. The Butcher at centre-back. Diogo Dalot, once again, seemingly will be at left-back today, or I suppose it could be either or for Dalot and Mazraoui. Midfield is Casemiro and Kobe Maidu. Seemingly it is going to be that 4-2-3-1. Bruno Fernandes back in the 10. Marcus Rashford once again on the left. Alejandro Garnacho replaces Ahmad, who drops to the bench. And Joshua Zirkzee starts his first game for Manchester United too. So first starts for both De Ligt and Joshua Zirkzee today. As far as the bench, I think you can see why Ahmad maybe is on the bench today, because the bench is light. The bench is very, very light for Manchester United. So light that we've got 2 goalkeepers just to make up the 9 players. Dear Heaton, Harry Maguire, Johnny Evans, Ahmad, Toby Collier, Christian Eriksen, Anthony, and also Wheatley. So I think it goes to show again, as I was talking about before we went to Flex for the road trip then, you can see exactly why, I think anyway, you can see exactly why Erik ten Hag is maybe saving Ahmad for later on in the game, because it's a case of we don't have that many options at the moment. We've got injuries. We've got players that aren't ready yet. Of course, Manuel Ugarte not registered. A bit of delay in signing him. He'll be available after the international break. Hopefully, after the international break, we'll have Rasmus Højlund back too. We're getting closer, hopefully, to have Lenny Yoro back from Manchester United. That's in around sort of October, November time too. So it's because we've got injuries. We've got injuries and people not available for us today. And it's a bit of a hit towards the bench. So when you're looking for players that could come on and change the game, you really are looking at Ahmad. And to be fair, Christian Eriksen, it's not as if his legs are totally, completely gone. It's not the Christian Eriksen of 2 years ago. I remember Christian Eriksen against Liverpool a couple of years ago was brilliant. And Christian Eriksen, when he first came in at Manchester United, was brilliant. But now the idea of Christian Eriksen playing alongside Casemiro is absolutely incredibly frightening. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe a Toby Collier does get involved today for Manchester United too. And as far as, once again, those attacking options, I mean, Anthony, he did come on and score against Liverpool in the FA Cup. He scored the equalising goal, but as I said, that was more of a surpriser than anything, wasn't it? That was a surprise. That was more of a surpriser than anything from him. So yeah, when it comes to that starting 11. Honestly, like I said, I'm not totally surprised. I think that there's going to be, as I've said a million times, there are multiple points where Man United fans freak out. One of them is when the starting 11 comes out. So I'm sure now now that this 11's out, it's going to be screw to Erik ten Hag. He dropped Ahmad. How dare he? Blah blah blah. Look, is there an argument Marcus Rashford could be dropped? Absolutely. No doubt about that. And like I said, for me, my hope is that this season, when the time comes to do that, Erik ten Hag does that, because last season he didn't, and he refused. And I think that was a detriment to him, and I think that was a detriment to the team. Am I surprised that Marcus Rashford is starting today? No, I'm not surprised he's starting today. Again, his record against Liverpool is good, but also, on top of that, this is the funny thing actually with Ahmad last week, him and Rashford, largely they were both kind of the same last week. Ahmad scored, and I think that's what kept him on the pitch instead of Marcus Rashford, but they both weren't amazing. And also on top of that, when it comes to Ahmad, I was actually impressed his performance level, considering what had, just transpired with him 24 hours prior. I didn't expect him actually to play or be involved in that day, and he insisted on it, which I think is a credit to him, a credit to his character. But both of them last week weren't great. Like that, they weren't great. They were largely the same. So I'm not totally shocked by that today. Ahmad will come on and get involved, and maybe he will prove to be the difference again. And maybe that's what will get Marcus Rashford dropped next week. But yeah, for me, I don't think it's a case of freak out or anything like that. Garsha says the bench is dead. Owen, admit it. I just said the bench is light. The bench is really light. Yeah, the bench is really light. That's also why I think I think maybe it's a case of it might not be even the worst thing in the world that Ahmad is on there. Because you need an option to bring on later on in the game. You need an option to bring on and change the game later on. Look how effective Alejandro Garnacho has been in coming on and affecting the game later on too. My hope would be, if it comes to a point where it's either Garnacho or Rashford comes off, maybe it will be Rashford that comes off and Ahmad that comes on. Or maybe it's a case where Rashford does play well, does score, and maybe it is Garnacho that comes off perhaps. Maybe that'll be the case. Because again, I'm not shocked by that team. And again, I don't think that we do that. Even if I'm honestly, if Ahmad started, right, say it was Ahmad over Rashford and it was Ahmad and Garnacho, we'd still find a thing to piss and moan about before the game, because we do it every single week. Every single week we bitch about the team. We find something to bitch about. We go, this team's awful. This team's terrible. So that's the starting 11 for United. Again, the bench is really, really light. After the international break, of course, we'll get Ugarte that comes into that. Obviously, Rasmus Højlund on the way back. who knows what's going to happen, in all honesty, with Mason Mount. As we get closer towards October, Lenny Yoro will be on his way back too. So hopefully once they're back, that bench kind of fills out a bit more. But it's no doubt, absolutely, we're light. We're light. But just every week, I'm not surprised, but every week we just, the team comes out. We might as well not play the match every week. It comes up, no, fucking... I can't believe what's happened. With this team, with this manager. It's awful. Awful. No. Get rid of this whole team. This whole club. And again with Ahmad last week and Rashford, they were both equally okay. They were both equally okay. And Ahmad got the goal. Rashford didn't. Rashford did have the ball in the back of the net, but he was offside, wasn't it? So. Garnacho came on. He had the ball in the back of the net too. As far as the Liverpool starting 11, we can get that up on the screen as well. That's the starting 11 for the visitors at Old Trafford this afternoon. In goal, no surprise, Alisson, back four, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Konate, Virgil van Dijk, Andrew Robertson, Ryan Gravenberch and McAllister are the two deeper midfielders. They seemingly play in a bit of a 4-2-3-1 now. So Bosley playing in that more advanced role. He kind of becomes really sort of a second striker as they move forward. Mo Salah, of course, on the right-hand side. Diaz is on the left, and Diogo Jota is playing as the striker through the middle. I believe that team might actually be unchanged from the team that played against Brentford at the last weekend too. So no real surprise when it comes to their selection. As far as people they've got on the bench, they've got the likes of Kelleher, Gomez, Endo, Nunes, Korigakpo, Javier Tsimikas, Kwanzaa, and Bradley are their substitutes. So that is the Liverpool starting 11. Kickoff is in just under an hour's time. Be sure to get your predictions in. Be sure to get your super chats in, your members chats. Get involved with it all. Has my feelings changed all that much when it comes to seeing that starting 11? No. No, not really. I thought that would probably be the team, in all honesty. I wasn't sure if it was going to be Garnacho or Ahmad. That was maybe the only one that I wasn't a bit sure about. But that was really kind of my only real surprise, in all honesty. K-Flow, the super chat. Last week, United fans, why is Ahmad starting? He's grieving. This week, why is he dropped? Manager is awful. Again, with Ahmad last week, I was surprised to see him involved, considering, again, the circumstances that happened off the pitch. And I think given all of that, he was still managing to get on the score sheet was really, again, really admirable. And I think honestly, the performance levels between him and Rashford last week were pretty close, and which is basically they both weren't really that great. You know what I mean? They both weren't. So, and Garnacho does deserve to start today. As far as this sort of narrative of I can't believe Erik ten Hag's playing Alejandro Garnacho on the right-hand side. Did we miss all of last season where he played on the right-hand side for pretty much the majority of the season? Because that's what he did. Because that was my frustration with Ten Hag last season, is that Rashford didn't drop out when he should drop out. But at the same time, Alejandro Garnacho, to his credit last season, usurped Ten Hag's boy in Anthony. You saw how stubborn Erik ten Hag was. Anthony's got to play for a couple of seasons. And then it even got to the point where Eric's like, I can't pick this guy really anymore because he's just not delivering. And Garnacho, he relied, to be honest, if you're going to look at the sort of wingers last season, Erik ten Hag relied on Alejandro Garnacho more than any other winger last season, in all honesty. Garnacho played like 50 appearances for Manchester United on the left, on the right, and you know what you're going to get for him. You know what you're going to get with him. And that was one of the talking points in pre-season. Like, we just totally forgot this. I think it's maybe because he was at the Copa America, so he wasn't on tour. But we had this like weird thing where we just forgot about him. We just didn't talk about him anymore. It was just like, right, Ahmad's had a good pre-season. Rashford's on the left, so they're going to start every single week. And then you do have to kind of go.
No, wait a minute.
we did see Garnacho have like his most consistent season. It's only his second like breakthrough season last season. So we just forgotten about him, and he's just not going to be involved now. And we saw last season that he played a lot off the right-hand side. Now, his preference, I would think, would still be to play off the left, but we saw him be a massive threat. We saw him score in the FA Cup final, playing off the right-hand side. Marcus Rashford also played off the left that game too. So this idea that today is a total shock, that it's Rashford and Garnacho, I just don't think is really the case. These are the wide players he picked for, Manchester United's biggest game last season, which was that final at Wembley. So I'm not totally surprised and shocked by that. When it comes to Rashford, before, as I said, he has a good record against Liverpool. My hope would be that this season Eric's just really clinical with him. That if he is shit and he's not doing it, he takes him off. Did it last weekend, and I was thankful to see that. I was thankful to see that last weekend. I think everyone was surprised and went, good, right, he took Rashford off. More of that if he's not delivering, because no one should be untouchable. Now, I don't think he should have done that with Bruno Fernandes, in all honesty, because I think Bruno is one of those ones that can do something out of nothing. But that team is not a shock. and that team, I look at that team, it's not horrible, to be honest with you. With the players that we've got available, it's largely the best team, or one of the better teams we can put out right now, isn't it? So if we're saying that team's shit, then we're just sort of saying in general we're shit, and we're not going to do anything this season. Because, there's a player difference that you would rather have in, if it's Ahmad and Rashford instead of Rashford. That really it? So, in all honesty, the biggest concern I would have today is just the bench is really weak. I only really see, in terms of options that could actually change the game, I only really see Ahmad being someone that can, I can only really see that Ahmad is the one that can really come on and change things. And likewise, that would be the same if it was Garnacho. And the irony is, the people that really don't like Marcus Rashford, if he was named on the bench today, you would still say the bench is shit, and you would say Marcus Rashford won't come on and change the game. Because we can't win with some of these fans. And this is what honestly, this is why I was so downtrodden coming out of last week, is because it did feel like, obviously the manner of the defeat and what have you, but it did feel like it was those that had maybe just gone a bit more sort of quiet on the whole Ten Hag stuff. It was right back up again. It was right back up again, and it was like the end of last season all over again. And honestly, it is tiring. It is really, really, really tiring. And like I said, for me, I'm coming into this game today. Optimistic, positive, and I think we also have to. I think we also have to learn from the past too. I remember last season again how awful and terrible Manchester United were, and we still beat Liverpool at Old Trafford in the FA Cup. And when we played them in the Premier League at Old Trafford, I was right towards the end of the season. I was even later on, wasn't it, in the season? And at that point, arguably, we were even worse, because we were in a sort of death spiral towards the end of last season too. And we still should have won that game. It was only with the penalty, Wan-Bissaka, whether it was a penalty or wasn't a penalty, very dubious one. We should have won that game. And so that's why I look today and I go, why can't we win today? Why are we going into the match just being totally like, we're just because we lost to Brighton last week, that's it, our season's over. Oh, Newcastle through. 2-1 Newcastle. 2-1 Newcastle against Spurs. And as we've seen at the beginning of this season, when it comes to Brighton, like yesterday, they're a good team. They're a good team. And the season is not over. That was my thing. That was my biggest thing coming out of last week. And to be honest with you, even with what happens today, I really, really hope, obviously, United win today. Even if we don't get the result that we're looking for today, season is not over. It's not. Pressure will be massively on Erik ten Hag, no doubt about that. But the season has never and will never be determined after the second or third game. It just won't. We are evidence of that ourselves in recent history and also in longer term history for Manchester United, whether it be under Erik ten Hag a couple of seasons ago when we lost our first 2 games, or after the first 3 games we only had 3 points. Or whether it's under, likes of Sir Alex Ferguson, very slow starts to the season. Whether it was Louis van Gaal, I remember in his first season, my goodness me. I think would he win like 1 out of his first 6 games or something ridiculous? I think that season he ended up finishing 3rd. So again, it's a long season. It's a really, really long season. You want to start it, of course, as fast as you can and as positively as you can. But it doesn't mean everything. We're just watching Spurs at the moment. They're losing against Newcastle. Last season, my God, they started the season great, didn't they? With Postecoglou setting records for new managers. Where did they finish in the end, right? Because it's not about how you start. It's about how you finish. It's a long season. It is. What people are saying here in the chat. Red Barrow with the super chat says, ultimately we'll never compete with Man City if their cheating continues to be brushed under the rug. Pundits have their head in the sands. Why are pundits completely blindsided by this? It is funny. That's what again made me laugh with the whole Alan Shearer stuff after the FA Cup final, and I was glad to see Erik ten Hag in the press conference on Friday come out and say
stupid analyze
from Alan Shearer. And what was great about that is the reaction of people going, Eric rattled.
Tell me.
I'd be like,
he didn't just say that.
As you can see, you get the Spinneroonie for the 10. But I was glad that he came out and said that, because Alan, you have to remember, with a lot of these pundits and a lot of these people in the media, sometimes some of that analysis is just purely based on fact, which is fine. But also, a lot of the analysis that they do is just based on agenda. Jamie Carragher was back at it again this week. I can't remember. I wish I had the clip of it. I forget which show it was. Someone might know in the chat. But it was a couple of months ago. And I said, I guarantee you guys, within the first 6 weeks of the season, Jamie Carragher will do an article about something negative about Manchester United. Whether it's about a player or whether it's about Erik ten Hag, within the first 6 weeks of the season, he will write something negative about Manchester United. That's exactly what he will do. And he did it this week. It's not surprising. That's what he does. And he kind of had to backtrack a little bit recently with the Lisandro Martinez stuff when he was talking about him and after that first game against Fulham. And as I mentioned, my biggest frustration with what he said, with all that stuff, was not because he said it because he necessarily believed it. He said it because he wanted to shit on United. That's what it was. And largely, a lot of these people analysis, some of it's not saying all of it's completely wrong, a lot of it's completely inaccurate, but a lot of it is largely because they just want to say something bad about United, or they want to say something bad about a player or the manager. That's what it is. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. So with him, Erik ten Hag pushing back to Alan Shearer and saying, he was
stupid,
then I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine, because Alan Shearer was the same guy. Erik ten Hag just won the FA Cup after a bunch of pressure was on him, and all he could ask him about was if he was going to be at Manchester United next season. And to circle back to Red Baron Super Chat there, I guarantee you, if Manchester City had won the FA Cup last season and it was Pep Guardiola instead of Erik ten Hag standing in that same place, they wouldn't be asking him, going, it's great that you've won this FA Cup, but do you feel it's a bit tainted considering you're going to be on trial for cheating and fraud very soon, 115 charges? It wouldn't have got brought up. It wouldn't have got brought up at all. So spare me this idea that they are journalists, because they are not journalists, because they have no interest in asking questions, legitimate questions about the truth or anything like that. They don't. It just very, very, very bitter when it comes to all of that. So it's just, it's mad. And again, Jamie Carragher trying it this week, saying that he reminds him of, Brendan Rodgers in his last season. All right, cool. Jamie Carragher,
stupid.
Fine. That's what he's gonna do. That's what it is. That's what he's gonna do. I saw that Jamie Carragher did an interview of Arne Slot a couple of weeks ago. Interestingly enough, it wasn't Carragher and Neville, the two of them at their training ground. It was just Jamie Carragher, and it was a massive love fest. Wasn't the same as it was a couple of years ago, was it? Very, very curious. Very, very curious how that all worked out. And it's fascinating as well to see how much Liverpool's transfer window has been praised. I'll tell you what, Liverpool have had a great window. They signed two players. One's been loaned back, and they signed Chiesa. Now, granted, the Chiesa fee, very, very low. Could be a really shrewd bit of business. I don't deny that. I do not deny that that is the case. But again, I look at hypocrisy because I guarantee you, if Manchester United had signed Federico Chiesa, they would say all they would focus on is the injury history. That's all that would be brought up. All that would be brought up is he's missed 400 days of injury over the last few years. But with Liverpool, very, very, very shrewd signing. Actually, very well done signing. They've negotiated that one really well. And I'm watching it. I'm seeing again these pundits say these things and going, "What? You're just not going to talk about,
Zooby Zooby Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Zooby Zooby Doo, where are you? We need some help from you now." You know what I mean? Liverpool fans are at it already.
No, they don't want to bring that up. That one moved very quickly, didn't it? They don't want to talk about, couldn't get that one over the line. Couldn't get Zooby Doo over the line. And it just turned down Liverpool. Scared of the challenge, is what it is. Scared of the challenge. There wasn't like bad negotiating or anything like that. They don't want to do that. But if it was United, they'd still be talking about that now. They'd still be talking about that right now that he didn't come in. It is madness. Absolute madness. So again, spare me the Liverpool loving when it comes to the media, because it is bullshit. Largely bullshit. Because if we made only one signing in this transfer window and it was Federico Chiesa for like 13 million, one, the fans would go mental. Two, the media would go mental too. That is exactly what they would do. They would go nuts about signing an injury-prone player. It is insane. We're just less than 500 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. And again, I'm on this positivity. I want to throw punches at Liverpool today, not Manchester United, not Manchester United fans. Game hasn't kicked off yet. We can save that for afterwards. But before the game, gotta be together. Gotta be together. Gotta be together. Gotta be united. It's not just a name. It is a mantra. And speaking of Manchester United, the starting 11 again, if you have just missed it, is on the screen right there. Andre Onana in goal, a back four of Nusay Mazraoui. Matthijs de Ligt starts for Manchester United. His first start since his transfer from Bayern Munich in the summer. Of course, he did come on against Fulham and Brighton, but this is his first start. He partners Lisandro Martinez at centre-back. Diogo Dalot is at left-back. Midfielders, Casemiro and Kobbie Mainoo. It's going to be interesting to see how much they both play, considering there's not a lot of options off the bench. In the number 10, Bruno Fernandes goes back to his regular position, the number 10 position. Of course, he's been part of this sort of double false nine in recent weeks, but with the injury to Mason Mount and the start of Joshua Zirkzee, Bruno is now back in the 10. On the right-hand side, Alejandro Garnacho comes in for Ahmad, who drops to the bench. Marcus Rashford starts on the left-hand side, and Joshua Zirkzee starts his first game for Manchester United after coming on in the last two games, similar to Matthijs de Ligt. Of course, when it comes to Joshua Zirkzee too, this is, again, the kind of narrative surrounding him, I think, has been quite interesting and quite curious, in all honesty. We can get his stats from last season up on the screen because, came on, scored the winner against Fulham in that Friday Night Football, the Premier League opening game. And actually, last week, I thought he was really, really unfortunate with the offside goal. I saw some criticism to him that I didn't think was particularly fair. He tried to get in the way of the ball. He tried to do this, tried to do that. I think, again, I thought he was really unfortunate. The ball comes in, he slides for it. He's where the striker should be in that position. Alejandro Garnacho hits it kind of towards the middle of the goal. You could maybe make an argument maybe that Garnacho's finish maybe be a bit more cleaner than it was. And it's milliseconds, isn't it? It's absolute milliseconds. So I'm really happy to see Zirkzee starting today. I think he might be a player that, again, grows into games. I think it might be difficult for him to be a total sort of impact off the bench guy. And also, we've seen when it comes to him, he calls himself sort of the false striker or what have you. He's about that sort of dropping a bit deep, linking up. We saw his goal he scored against Fulham was very much that, dropping deep, linking up, and then arriving in the box. And I think we'll need that kind of focal point today with Joshua Zirkzee. And also, this is why we signed a striker in the summer, wasn't it? Right? We signed a striker in the summer. We said we needed a striker because we couldn't but everything couldn't be on Rasmus Højlund. What happens if Højlund gets injured? Or what happens if Højlund's not playing very well? What happens in a game if we need to take Højlund off? We need another striker. Now, unfortunately for Rasmus, he got injured in pre-season, missed pretty much all of pre-season. He's going to be back after the international break. But this is why we got the striker in. He's still very young. He was Serie A Young Player of the Year last season too. So it's these kind of situations that he was brought in for. And again, I think when he's come on in these games, I think he's looked good. And again, I think that there's been some misnomers, honestly, about him already, that, he doesn't really press. I don't see that at all. He's playing in a Thiago Motta team at Bologna last season, and they pressed heavily, And again, he's more of a sort of false 9 striker anyway. That's sort of, again, 9.5, whatever you want to call him. So I think he's going to be really, really important for us there. And I'm really excited to see him start. The only thing you would say with him is hopefully he's he's fully fit to play the full 90. Maybe he's not just there at this point. But yeah, I'm excited to see him start today. Also, speaking of starts, I'm excited to see Matthijs de Ligt start for the first time for Manchester United. Not totally surprised by this one. I really expected him to start. I'd have been stunned if he didn't, in all honesty. I thought there's no way de Ligt doesn't start. I know that. I mean, it was surprising, in all honesty, that he didn't start last weekend, wasn't it? That was a bold decision by Erik ten Hag. That one that probably didn't actually pay off for him, because, of course, United lost the game and Harry Maguire was definitely at fault for the first goal. So that one definitely backfired against him, and I think Ten Hag was criticised for that, and also I think rightfully so. He was criticised for that. So I'm not surprised at all that Matthijs de Ligt starts today. He should start. It's what he was bought for again. And this is the centre-back pairing that we've wanted to see. I suppose you could make one argument. There's maybe a bit of a concern about how sort of gelled together de Ligt and Licha Martinez are at this point, but that will grow. That will grow. That was why I kind of had hope that he would start last weekend, de Ligt, because I hoped that I wanted to see Martinez and de Ligt together for a 90, and then coming into this Liverpool game, they would have played at least a game together for United. But I'm still not concerned about him. I think that, once again, going back to sort of the negativity that surrounds United, particularly in the media, some of the things that were written about him over the summer, Matthijs de Ligt, were nothing short of laughable. Really, some of the narratives going around about him, that he was this big injury-prone player that never played for Bayern Munich last season, was just totally false. And for some reason, that ran absolutely rampant last season. Over the summer, when it was just not true, like factually not accurate. I think it was a really good sign, a really good bit of business by Manchester United. So I'm really excited to see him partner with Martinez, and hopefully, to be honest with you now, this is what you would hope when it comes to the back four in general. If we can go back actually to that starting 11, when it comes to that back four, I know obviously there's the talk about Luke Shaw and Terrell Malacia. Whenever they come back, what version of them do come back or whatever. But honestly, I think that that back four, that might be United's back four for the majority of this season, in all honesty. Again, I know that when Erik ten Hag seemingly is confident with Shaw when he comes back, I don't share that same sentiment. I think when Luke Shaw comes back, it is just a matter of time before he gets injured again. Because that's what he does. Luke Shaw gets injured. Luke Shaw gets hurt. That's just what happens with him. With Terrell Malacia, I think that with Malacia again, I look at him going, what version of him's going to come back? I saw he's back out on the grass again recently. Then he's getting closer. I mean, about a month ago they were saying he was a couple months away. So maybe him, you're looking at October, but even then, I think for Malacia, in all honesty, you're looking towards the end of the year anyway. Because even if he's back October, it's going to take a long time, isn't it? It's going to take a really, really long time for him. And again, you don't know what version of him is going to be coming back. So I look at that back four, and I go, well, if United can settle with that back four, if United can settle with that back four for a large majority of this season, then I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty comfortable with that. And then those other players that are on their way back, whether it is Shaw, whether it is Malacia, whether it is, whoever that's going to be on the bench, Maguire's there, Lindelof, then I'll be happy with that. But you're still, unfortunately, with the sort of lack of a natural left back. That's the only concern with that one as well. I'm just seeing on Twitter that Robert Garnacho, that is legitimately Alejandro Garnacho's brother, right? I think it is, isn't it? I think it is. He has just tweeted out saying, "Oh my God, I hate this dumb bold," is what he said. If I was Alejandro Garnacho, or is he talking about? Oh, he's talking about the referee. I thought he was talking about Erik ten Hag. I was going, my goodness, because the referee's Anthony Taylor. But for a fact, people are just going to retweet that. Oh my God, I hate this dumb bold, and people are going to be like, "Who are you talking about?" who are you talking about with that one? He's talking about the ref. Thankfully, that was a bit concerning for a second. Oh my God, I hate this dumb bold. That was who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? The ref. The ref. All right, cool. Anthony Taylor. Who is it? Don't even get me started on referee. I really hope that we don't have to have a conversation about the officials or refereeing or VAR or anything like that today, because last week alone, wasn't it? 2 offside goals. And last season, wasn't it? It just felt every time we scored. There was a period of time, really, sort of around, when was it? It was like September to sort of December. It felt like every time we scored, you couldn't celebrate because you were like, oh fuck, like it's gonna be ruled out or something. it's gonna be wrong, or it's gonna be something like just. And then even last week, again, you're celebrating. I mean, in fairness, with the Rashford one, the flag was up pretty quickly, wasn't it? The flag was up pretty quickly. But like with the Garnacho one, you're like celebrating, and then you're looking at it back, and then you see that it did hit Zirkzee. You're like, oh my God. So I hope today we don't have to talk about that. We don't have to talk about technology, VAR. We did last time we played Liverpool at Old Trafford again with that penalty, the foul by Aaron Wan-Bissaka on was it Harvey Elliott? I think it was the one that foul. Full time at St James's Park, Newcastle 2-1 winners over Spurs. So Eddie Howe gets a victory over Ange Postecoglou. How many likes are we currently at the moment? We're 25 likes away from 500. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe as well whilst you're at it. You can see top right-hand corner there. We are just 200 subscribers away from 176,000. Yes, 176,000 subscribers. So full-time at St James's Park. Spurs drop points. Did I also see that the full-time score in the Chelsea game? Did I see that? It looks like the full-time score in the Chelsea game. Indeed, Chelsea won, Crystal Palace won. But you know what I mean? They've got a better style of play. Maresca ball's way better than Erik ten Hag, right? That's what it is. Definitely what it is. Losing to Serviette as well. But Chelsea so far ahead of us. Definitely so far ahead of us. Definitely, right? Remember they were saying that last season. That's way far ahead of us. It's the same. I don't know why people get fooled by Chelsea every season at this point, because for the last 3 years they are entirely the same, which is they buy a load of players and then when they play at the weekend, whatever, they are distinctly average. It's the same every year, and I genuinely just think people get jealous of them because they want football to be Football Manager or FIFA, where you could just sign players all the time, because that's the exciting thing. Let's just sign players. That's what football is nowadays. Fuck the result. Let's just sign players. And then you actually then have to go, well, doesn't it actually matter what happens at the weekend with the game, with the result? No, sign players. I want to see the announcement signing or the announcement video. That's what I really want to see. And he realised that's actually largely irrelevant. It's about building the team, building the squad. And I'm sure they'll say probably today that it'll be, well, getting players in, getting them together, blah, blah, blah. That's it. At least they're doing something and not nothing, and then hype the mediocre. But I see, that's where I disagree. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. They've got this perception that they're doing loads of stuff. They are signing all of these players, but what are they actually doing? What are they actually doing? What are they actually building? Because the mediocre does get hyped every season because they sign players and then everyone goes, they're signing all of these players. And then they're worse than us. They're worse than us. But because they're signing players, it looks like it's like it's like that guy at work that you never see him at his desk. He's always running around. And you go, he must be doing so much. You see, he looks so busy all the time. Look at him. Wow, he must be doing loads. Look at him. He's always there. He's always going in and out of meetings. He's always in the meeting rooms, always talking to people. He must be getting so much done. Then you get to the end of the day and you go, what have you done? You realise he's actually done nothing. he did nothing. He just got this perception of being busy, but not actually doing anything. And I'd rather have substance than just this perception that he must be. Because honestly, and I'm not even bullshitting, yeah, I think everyone has worked with someone like that. Everyone has worked with that person that's, you go, you're right, mate. Oh, really busy today. Really, really busy today. You go, oh, yeah. You go, I'm in and out of meetings all day. I got a phone call with someone later, and I got to do this later. Look at my email. They get their email inbox out, and it's just all unread. And you go, wow, look at that. You must be well busy. You must be doing a lot. Yeah. And it gets their performance review, and you realise they've been doing nothing. They've been going in meetings, chatting, not answering any of those emails, or just doing emails for the sake of it. And then you go, oh, that's good. I think the only time. I think most people, to be honest, when they say that, actually, it's just a cover for they're not doing anything, isn't it? What are you doing? Really busy. Can't talk. Got to get my head down today. No worries. Put yourself on busy, mate. I know. I'm turning it off. I'm not going to be on Teams today. Shut myself down. Laptop's bit. I'm so busy. I'm just going to be out all day. Where are you going to be out? Doing stuff. Doing bits. Yeah, I'm going to be out. You can't even contact me. I won't. But if you do contact me, I'll talk to you for like an hour. But yeah, I can't. I'm too busy. All right, cool. No problem. No problem. Then you find out actually doing shit all. It's that is what Chelsea are. That is absolutely that. And I think again, their game plan is, well, it'll work eventually. They'll eventually work. Eventually, it'll get that. So yes, I push back on. Chelsea, but they're doing stuff, and United aren't. How can we say United aren't doing stuff? Look how much money we spent this summer. And then even with that, I saw that on Sky Sports News earlier today. I was watching Sky. I was watching the Super Sunday match day, and they were talking about, look how much money Manchester United has spent. They spent over £200 million. Look at them once again. And I thought, are we just ignoring that? The only reason we've been able to spend that amount of money is because we've actually sold quite a lot of players this summer. And it's not even anywhere near the amount of players we really wanted to sell. If it was an ideal world, we would have sold, Casemiro, Maguire, Lindelof, Antony, Eriksen. It would have been all of those players. But they just want to focus on, United spent lots of money. And then you go, well, actually, if you ask most United fans, in terms of a selling summer, it's actually one of the best selling summers we've ever had, really. But they're like, no, this United have spent money again. In fact, there's only a couple of teams that have spent more money than us, which is Chelsea, who are doing something, by the way, and we're not doing anything. And I think it's Brighton have maybe spent a similar amount of money to us, and they're great. Remember, they're great. But again, it's all how you look at these things, and it's all how they're presented. Because sometimes the presentation of it is bollocks. it really is. But yes, that's Chelsea, miles ahead of us, a point today, and that's why I'm also saying, focusing back to this game. That's what I'm saying with this game. Get a win. It won't shut people up. It won't shut people up. But it would just be nice for them to kind of scramble for something else, wouldn't it? It would be nice for them to scramble for something else. For if we win today, pure luck, you know, or you should be winning. That'll be what you should be. You should be winning. So, you know. But I'm feeling good. I'm feeling optimistic. My prediction for this one was 2-0 to Manchester United. I really, really want to see what this. I really want to see what this Liverpool team is actually really all about. Because out of pure curiosity, I don't think I think the praise maybe that Liverpool have received so far this season has been a bit overblown. Arne Slot's really done amazingly well at Liverpool thus far. Well, we'll see. He's had a good run of games to start. I'd have liked to start the season with Ipswich away, Brentford at home. Lovely start to the season. You know, it would have been interesting to see what happened to them if they went to Brighton away. Brighton went to the Emirates yesterday, got a point. So it would be very interesting to see how they would have started the season. So this would be, I think this is a game for United to, again, make a bit of a statement, pipe down some of the noise a little bit too. Pipe down a little bit of the noise. It won't stop, but also going into an international break, the last thing we need is a loss, because that will mean for 2 weeks, it's just going to be shit for 2 weeks. And you know for a fact, there are right now 1 million drafts. There are 1 million drafts for sort of negative stories or articles about how terrible the training is, about how terrible Eric is, about certain players and how they don't like how, like, say, Sancho was sold or anything like that. If we don't win, that is all coming. That is all coming. I guarantee you that is all coming. So what United need to do today is win, and they have to delete all of those drafts, because they are there. They've already been written. They've already been written. Those drafts, those negative stories. I'm not even joking. Like, I guarantee over 2 weeks, if we do lose, there'll be a story about how they don't like training. That's the staple of the international break. Oh, here is Erik ten Hag. Let's have a listen to what he says. He's asked about Harry Matthijs de Ligt. Ten Hag says we have a good squad we can pick. He says with the fluid opposition, Matthijs de Ligt finishes better. He's asking about if it's a tactical shift. He says the first game of the season has been a recognised striker. Ten Hag says Joshua Zirkzee needed time to adapt, fitness-wise. Now he's there, and he's up to speed. He had some substitute appearances. He's ready for it. And Garnacho for Ahmed. He says, Ten Hag says that Ahmed's done brilliant, and he says we also have a squad, and it's about the approach to the opponent. And he says this fits better to start, but he says we need Ahmed today, we need Harry Maguire today. So again, he's saying they're gonna come on. Again, Amad Diallo will have a role to play in this game. That's also the other part of it. I mentioned Amad Diallo could be the difference today, legitimately. Amad Diallo could absolutely be the difference for Manchester United. He could come on and he could come on and score the winner, just like he did at Old Trafford in the FA Cup. Absolutely, he could. So, yeah, again, for me, it's not the huge sort of freak out. And also, Red Baron mentions the pronunciation when it comes to Manuel. Is it Uarte? I heard that on Sky. They were saying Uarte. They were not saying Ugarte. They were saying Uarte or Ugarte, something like that. It sounded like it was the U was an U, and the G was quite soft. They were going Uarte. I was like, oh, didn't know that one. So if anyone does know the actual proper pronunciation for Manuel Ugarte, you can let me know, because I don't think it was Ugarte. That seems like that was too hard. That was too difficult. So Maybe it was Uwate. What's Gary Neville saying? This Manchester United side. He's talking about Joshua Zirkzee starting as well. How many likes are we currently at the moment? We've got over 1,000 people watching, which is fantastic. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get up to 750 before kickoff, and hope for a positive Manchester United victory, today. As far as the team news, once again, if you are just joining us and just filing in, that is the Manchester United starting 11 on the screen right there. Andre Onana in goal. You've got Mazraoui. Matthijs de Ligt starts for Manchester United for the first time today. Lisandro Martinez is his partner in central defence. Diogo Dalot is at left back. Casemiro and Kobbie Mainoo are the two midfielders. Bruno Fernandes back in his more natural 10 position. Alejandro Garnacho on the right-hand side for Ahmad, who drops to the bench. Marcus Rashford off the left. And Joshua Zirkzee starts up front. His first start for Manchester United. As far as Liverpool, their starting 11 is on the screen right there for you. It's Alisson and goal, a back four of Trent Alexander-Arnold, Konate, Virgil van Dijk and Andrew Robertson. Ryan Gravenberch is in midfield alongside Alexis McAllister. Szoboszlai starts in the 10 for Liverpool. On the right-hand side, you have Mo Salah. On the left, you have Diaz. And up front, the striker through the middle, it is Diogo Jota. They do have the likes of Darwin Núñez, Endo, Cody Gakpo, Harvey Elliott as well, all on the bench as options. So those are the two starting 11s for the game today. And how many minutes are we? We're about 18 minutes away. 18 minutes away from kickoff at Old Trafford. I think it's the final game of the Premier League weekend. It's the final game before the international break, isn't it? Unless there's any Monday night football. I don't think there is. I don't think there's any. Let's have a look. I don't think there's any Monday night football, is there? No, it's the final game of the Premier League weekend, Manchester United versus Liverpool. Early on in the season, it's a repeat of 2 seasons ago when Erik ten Hag's third game in charge was against Liverpool at Old Trafford. That one was a Monday night football under the lights, and Manchester United got the victory by 2-1. It was an electric start. It actually was an electric start, that game, and it was an electric atmosphere, of course. It was on the backdrop of obviously the protest that was going on that day as well. And fast forward 2 years later, look how much has changed at Manchester United. My goodness me, a lot has absolutely changed, hasn't it? When it comes to strategic alternatives, players. A lot's happened in the last couple of weeks, couple of years rather. What else are people saying in the chat? As Lux Hill said, Sancho scored in that game. I know. A lot. Cristiano Ronaldo was still Man United player during that time too. I think he was on the bench that day, wasn't he? Didn't start that one against Liverpool. That was a Jurgen Klopp Liverpool. Of course, it's not the first time that Erik ten Hag and Arne Slot has faced off against each other. Their current record, it's 2 wins apiece. It's 50-50. Arne Slot, I think, won the first 2 games when he was AZ Alkmaar manager. But when Erik ten Hag was the Ajax manager and went up against Arne Slot's Feyenoord, Erik ten Hag won those 2 games. So at the moment, it is 50-50. They did face off in pre-season. Liverpool did get a 3-0 win, but this is also why I'm not totally, again, like really apprehensive, really like nervous. It's going to be terrible. We're going to lose, because watching, and it's difficult. You can't take too much from pre-season. I'm still very much an advocate. You can't take too much from pre-season, but when we played Liverpool in pre-season, we should have. Genuinely, we could have been like 3-0 up. And I don't mean that facetiously. We could have been 3-0 up in like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We had so many chances. And I hope that is similar today in the sense of Erik ten Hag knows exactly what to expect from Arne Slot and puts pressure on them. Because seemingly the game plan was last time, in pre-season, was, look, they're going to play out from the back. They're going to try their best to play out from the back. And United, in that sort of first 15, 20 minutes in particular, were absolutely relentless on the press. And that is maybe where we will miss a Mason Mount today. But they were absolutely relentless, pressing them, closing them down. They actually made quite a lot of errors in the first 15, 20 minutes, Liverpool, because we put so much pressure on them. whether or not United do that, again today without Mason Mount, whether Joshua Zirkzee is going to do that, and Bruno Fernandes is going to do that. But it'll be interesting to see how quickly United do start the game, because that's what they tried certainly in that pre-season game, and they had so many chances because of it and just didn't take them. What the problem then became in that game is that Liverpool then started to get a bit more comfortable and sort of just bypassing the press. A couple of times they just dinked it over the top and they were in, which cannot happen today. Cannot happen for Manchester United today. Maybe again, that's why you've got Matthijs de Ligt in there. You can play with that bit more of a higher line. Of course, Licha Martinez didn't play in that game, so it's a completely different defence than played against him in pre-season 2. So they can play a bit of a higher line. They can have a bit of a better recovery pace than they would have had in pre-season with Maguire and Lindelof playing in that centre-back pairing. So maybe Erik ten Hag will feel a bit more comfortable with that. But it'll be interesting to see how quickly United do start, because as I mentioned, in that game, they were electric for the first sort of 10, 15 minutes or 20 minutes, really. And then Liverpool just, again, bypassed the press and were right on it. And what we have seen this season in the first 2 games, particularly against Fulham, definitely against Brighton as well, we've been really slow starts, actually, which is a complete contrast, isn't it, to the previous couple of seasons under Erik ten Hag, particularly last season. We really did bemoan, didn't we? We really did bemoan the 20-minute press, 25-minute press, or 15 minutes United, where we would play well 15, 20 minutes, create some chances, not take them, and then they would just grow into the game of the opposition, and then we'd completely punched ourselves out, essentially, and we were screwed. But in this campaign thus far, against Fulham, definitely, for the first 20 minutes, we were way off it. Way off it felt like. Way off it in the first sort of 20 minutes. And then we grew into the game by half-time. We should have been we should have been in the lead. Against Brighton as well, we started off very slow, but there was a period of time, definitely in the second half, early-ish in the second half, where we started to grow into the game a bit more. We had that momentum, and that's what was so gutting about the offside goal with the Zirkzee tap in, is that it felt like that was the moment that we were really just gonna take the game by the scruff of the neck, go in front, and maybe we could have hopefully seen the game out, but didn't happen, and then we could even see out the draw. So that's typical Manchester United, right? So it's all good, though. It's all good. A reminder, once again, guys, this stream is brought to you right there by Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. You can scan the QR code to subscribe and save up to 70% off. That's right, 70% off. You would have seen on the channel recently, KG, Flex, they have been optimized. Likewise, so have I. I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. You can see right there, you've got Optimum Day, 2 in the morning, Optimum Night, 2 at night. I've also been optimized. I've also been on my own health journey over the last 6 weeks, couple of months, something like that. About 6 weeks, couple of months. And KG is down, I think, over a stone now. I'm down over a stone from my heaviest earlier on this year. Over now, much over. And they've been an important part of that, in all honesty. As I mentioned, they really help for curbing the cravings, keeping the blood sugar from spiking too high. They really help for me, actually. If I go to the gym, I like to go early morning. And previously, I had to be a pre-workout guy. Take a pre-workout, and I'm not the best with caffeine or whatever. That part of it as well has really helped me out with that. So again, yeah, down over a stone, a long way to go, but they've been a part of that. So if you do want to get involved, you can, or you want to be optimized yourself, you can scan the QR code and subscribe, save up to 70% off as well. Links in the video description, also pinned in the chat, so you can click the link there and get involved in that one. And like I say, it's legitimately, I can attest, I have been utilizing them for like a couple of months now, actually. Couple of months indeed. So yes, if you do want to get optimized yourself, you can scan the QR code. That is Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. We still got over 1,000 people watching. Kickoff is in 10 minutes time. And how many likes are we currently at the moment? 635 likes. Let's see if we can get it to 750 likes. DX says, do they deliver outside the UK? You know what? I don't know. If you click on the link, you'll probably be able to find out. But that is a good question. I'm not too sure. I think so, because I think it's available on Amazon too, maybe. So I would think so, perhaps. But yes, if you click on the link, and you'll be sure to find out when it comes to that. United Love says, I remember when we won the cup. And Owen had a Carabao drink to celebrate, and the caffeine almost killed it. It's true. Like, that's why I'm not bullshitting. I had two. I had two when we won the Carabao Cup, and I had those two, and they had a lot in. A lot in them. And for the next, I didn't sleep till late that night because I kind of had underestimated how much caffeine was in those Carabao drinks. Yeah. I don't drink coffee anymore as well, so yeah. But that's true. That's very true, United Love. Good memory. K-Flow says, I live in the States and it was shipped to me. Oh, there you go. So they do ship outside of the UK, which is fantastic too. So yes, there you go. Yeah. So how many likes are we at to? Yes, we're closing in on 700. We've still got nearly 1,000 people watching, which is fantastic. A reminder, Flex and KG, they are at the game today, so they will be there. They will be there for after the game, of course. We're going to have, obviously, all of the fan views, the player ratings, and hopefully, I hope that it's going to be a positive one. Indeed, a positive one. I think I'm just seeing that Manuel Ugarte has just been presented to the crowd at Old Trafford. I can see a video from Rich Fay. He's out there on the pitch at the moment. That's loud. He's out there in his hat, his white hoodie. Applauds the fans at Old Trafford. And there's a guy that's going to give him a United shirt. So Ugarte is there. Old Trafford. I've seen that goal last season. That goal from Kobbie Mainoo last season against Liverpool doesn't get talked about enough. I mean, that was an absolute stunner, wasn't it? Proper stunner of a goal. Literally, turn shot. It was almost Makeda-ish, wasn't it? It was kind of Makeda-ish, and you followed it all the way in. Brilliant goal. Absolutely brilliant goal by Kobbie Mainoo last season. Oh. And again, we were rubbish that day. Absolutely rubbish. But as you can see, Man United unbeaten in the last three at Old Trafford against Liverpool. A 2-1 win back in August 2022. That 4-3 in the FA Cup. That 2-2 last season as well. Prior to that, Liverpool had 2 wins. But then in January of 2021, we also beat them 3-2 in the FA Cup. So actually, again, our record at Old Trafford is all right. It's all right in recent years. A record at Anfield is not very good. There is Ugarte. Can see him applauding the fans at Old Trafford. Ugarte out there. We're going to need him. Could someone let me know this in the chat, actually? Because I saw there was a bunch of Uruguayan players that were banned for all of the Copa America stuff that went on. Was Ugarte one of those players, or was he not? If anyone has that information, I guess I could just Google it. Is Ugarte banned? Obviously, he's not playing today after he was. I feel like that would have been. We would have known. I don't think he was. I don't think so. Do Uruguay have fixtures coming up over the international break? Uruguay football fixtures. Oh, they do. They're playing Guatemala tomorrow. Wow. I don't think he's going to be involved in that one, in all honesty. And then they've got Paraguay and Venezuela. Now, has he been called up? Uruguay squad. Players are in the tunnel. I'm trying to find the Uruguay football Twitter. Is this what I'm looking for? I think this is what I'm looking for. Is he in that squad? I can't see. Is Ugarte in there? It's the smallest picture you've ever seen in your life. Try and make that a bit bigger. I can't see him. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not. Possible good news. Maybe he's not. Looks like maybe he isn't. That's good. We'll take that. Players are in the tunnel, though. Got very distracted there for a second. Can shift over to the bid match studio. There we go. Transition. This is when you get a bit nervous, isn't it? This is when you start to get a bit nervous. You hear this is the one playing in the new tunnel at Old Trafford. Positivity, guys, yeah? Positivity. We're gonna do this. We're not gonna have what Kenny would describe as
poor, terrible defending.
Not gonna happen today. Not gonna happen. It's definitely not gonna be that. We're definitely not gonna be going
Stupid.
That's not gonna happen as well. Not happening. Breathe, folks. Breathe. As Mo Salah out there, Old Trafford. And also, once again, guys, a reminder, Flex and KG are both at the game today. KG, the comedian, would usually be my partner in crime for these home matches, which will be the case this season. All home matches will be these kind of match views. But KG's at the game today, so he's going to be doing his fan view outside of OT afterwards. So you're stuck with me. Which is, I'm not going to lie, giving me a little bit of PTSD, because I remember one of my first solo match views I did here at United View was Liverpool 5, Manchester United 0. So that didn't go great for me that day. Hopefully it's a little bit better. Hopefully it's a little bit better today, because that was a bit of a disaster. Players shake hands before the game. Erik ten Hag's out. Applauds the Stretford end. Just gotta breathe. Just gotta breathe. Gotta breathe. My predictions 2-0. Get your last minute predictions in the chat as well, by the way, guys. Gotta remember that too. Last minute predictions in. As once again, they're just going through the team, so we can do that similar here, actually. This, once again, is the Manchester United team. Andre Onana in goal, back four of Nusay Mazraoui, Matthijs de Ligt, Lissandro Martinez and Diogo Dalot. Casemiro and Kobbie Mainoo in the midfield. Bruno Fernandes in the 10. Alejandro Garnacho is on the right-hand side. Marcus Rashford is on the left. Joshua Zirkzee as the striker. The bench, very, very light for Manchester United. Two goalkeepers, Harry Maguire, Johnny Evans, Ahmad, Toby Collier, Christian Eriksen, Anthony and Ethan Wheatley. As far as the Liverpool team, that is the starting 11 for the Ops. That's Alisson, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Konate, Virgil van Dijk, Robertson, Ryan Gravenberch, Alexis McAllister. Dominic Szoboszlai is the 10 for Liverpool. Mo Salah on the right-hand side, Luis Diaz on the left, and Diogo Jota is up front. Can see people in the chat getting their predictions in. Red Baron's going with 2-1. Skilliano's going with 2-2. Lux Hill's going with 2-0. Nathaniel says 3-2. Dawood says 2-0. Nathaniel has been a member for 4 months. Appreciate you. Says, let's get this win. And we're going to be a beacon of positivity. I mean, it's a Liverpool unchanged starting 11, it must be said for them. Same starting 11 that faced off against Brentford at Anfield. Come on. Just please show up today, Man United. Please show up today. Marcus Rashford, they're focusing on you right now. Please show up. Please show up today. This is the bit, isn't it? This is always the last minute bit, 60 seconds or so before kickoffs, that you start sort of shitting bricks. I would just love it if it would just, you know what I mean? Just after it was like, yeah, actually, pipe down. There's Eric, Battle of the Bolds. Eric and Arne Slot. As Manchester United with the kickoff. I think Bruno Fernandes is standing over it. And we're off! Come on! Oh, Manchester United. We said a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? Now we've got our lives determined and hinged upon what about 15 men in red shirts do on a weekly basis. Xerxes gives it to Garnacho. Good start. Got to go past Van Dijk. I want to see intensity from the start. I'd love an early goal. I would just honestly, a result today. That's all we've got. Get a result, United. Shut some people up. Shut some critics up. Garnacho, good. Out to Cobby. Turn, man on. Gives it out to Dallas. Good start. There are spaces here. Out to Marcus Rashford off the left-hand side. Get in there. Cut inside. Where's he going to go? Don't run into blind alleys, Marcus. If it's not on, keep the ball. Then that's fine. Good start. But I tell you what, I like the way United were switching the ball there. Is Delict to Mazraoui. Xerxes. Casemiro. But United have got it back. To Garnacho. Casemiro. It's good football by Man United. Outside of the boot. All right. Man United have settled quite well. Man United have settled quite nicely the first couple of minutes. Liverpool not had much of the ball. Here's Dallo. Is he going to try and run past Alexander-Arnold? He's going to keep going. Dallo. Rashford's on the overlap. Rashford's into the box. Cuts it back. Out for a corner. They say it went out, but no, it's a good start. I tell you what, United started fast. I mentioned, were they going to start fast? I said in the pre-season game, United did start fast. I was wondering if they were going to do the same today. That's a corner ball. AG is the set piece coach member, not KG. AG. Going to earn his money. Bruno Fernandes, ball in. Wasn't a good ball, but Garnacho still has it. Bruno. And that's cleared, but United should still have the ball. Dallo goes all the way back to Andre Onana. But I tell you what, look at in the first couple of minutes, you've seen 2 overlaps from Diogo Dallo and Marcus Rashford. That's a poor pass. Who was that? That was Dallo. He's got away with it though. It's just ricocheted. Bruno Fernandes. Is he going to go by himself? Cuts it back. Xerxes. I don't think Xerxes was expecting it. And now he said it's a foul. I tell you what, Bruno, I don't think that's the right pass at all from Bruno. It looks like Bruno's going to go and take the shot himself. And he gives it to Xerxes. And it looks like Xerxes kind of like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. Let's have a look back at it if they show it again. Because Bruno's got lots of options there. And I'm not sure it's the right one. You're saying go by yourself, take the shot. Or go out wide, put it out to the winger. Xerxes was not the pass and he wasn't expecting it. But 3 minutes in, this is really the first time Liverpool have had any sort of possession. And it's going to be interesting to see, as I mentioned, how much United do kind of press Liverpool from the front. So Bosley, pass inside. Mazraoui steps forward, but Liverpool, they've got through that midfield with a lot of ease. Salah, that's cut out by Licha Martinez, and that's going to be a foul. But Bruno's going to be a play on. Keep going. Oh, it's a short pass again, Bruno. It's the Jota. It's gone wide. Bruno, honestly, man. It plays on. Oh, the ref jumps over it, and Xerxes waiting, and Van Dijk just intercepts. Comfortable in the end. #200th Premier League appearance for Liverpool for Virgil van Dijk today. And that's a Man United throw-in, won by Mazraoui. Only 5 minutes in. Good atmosphere, good pace to the game. Maybe a couple of concerns, just a bit how easy that was for Liverpool to play through the midfield there. It's a long throw. And De Ligt wins that, and Liverpool have it back. We'll get actually the stats up, so we can have some live match stats during the game. That's going to be a Man United throw. Come on, United. Look at that. Eric sitting next to Rude on the bench. Rennie Harker. Xerxes tried to win the header, but that's a Liverpool throw. Interestingly, actually, looking at this again, this still looks to be a 4-4-2, 4-2-4. Bruno, you can see it when we're out of possession clearly. Bruno is basically side by side. I tell you what, that's a good pass. Gravenberch, he's going to keep going. He's got to keep going. Gravenberch, out to Luis Diaz. Off the line. Oh, fucking hell, it's gone in. That easy, that quick. Again, through the midfield. I said it a second ago. I said I'm really worried about how easy it's been to play through that midfield. And you see there, it's a pass to Ryan Gravenberch, and he just turns. He just turns so easy. I don't know who it is. They're focusing on Dallo. It might be Dallo. He gets absolutely spun. Absolutely spun. But it could be offside. Let's have a look. That's Cobby. Cobby just gets spun. Let's have a look. What's going on here? What are they looking at? I think he's off. I think he might be off. I think he's off. I think Salah's off. I think Salah's off, you know. It's definitely over the line. No doubt about that. Cobby gets absolutely rinsed, by the way. I think it's offside. I think it's off. I think it's offside. Yes! Right, it was a wake-up call. It was a wake-up call. VAR. Offside. No, thank you. Good defensive line. Offside. Onslaught. Ah, stop it. Stop moaning. Don't be.
Stupid.
Don't be.
Stupid.
Don't be.
Stupid.
Well, what a wake-up call. He's offside. He's offside. Just fucking out. And Salah's not that involved in it. He gets the touch. But I tell you what, you would say to the midfield, wake up. So easy that you just got spun. So easy. And that's twice, a couple of times, spun. Right, use it as a wake-up call. Good ball, out to Garnacho, takes it on the chest. Easily dispossessed by Andrew Robinson. And Mazraoui gives it back to Martinez. I tell you what, this pace is frenetic. Casemiro. Ah, Bruno, wake up. That was a good pass. Zirks, he wins it back. And by the way, Trent, clean the camera because you're messing it up with your kiss. Honestly.
Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful.
My heart can't take this. But that is, honestly, the biggest warning you are going to find because, again, the midfield just looks so shaky. Ugarte can't come in quick enough, honestly. You need, in this game already, with this kind of frenetic pace, you need an Ugarte putting tackles in, winning the ball back, and just, again, clogging things up in there. Again, so much space in midfield. Got to get out to him. Mo Salah. Ball in, cleared by Martinez. I tell you what. I don't know if they can keep this speed up. Well done, Matthijs de Ligt. Good strength. Casemiro, God. not a foul. It's not a foul. Let's have a look. Nothing wrong with it. It just kicks the ball at him. It leaves a little bit on. But there's nothing serious with it. But you know what's actually really interesting is I think if we hadn't sold McTominay, which by the way I still think is the right decision, but if we hadn't sold McTominay, I think what Ten Hag would have gone with today is he would have gone with Bruno false 9, and I think he'd have played McTominay instead of Xerxes to have an extra body in midfield. Because it's still a lot of gaps. I said Ugarte would have been very important in this field. But it just feels, to be honest, it doesn't even feel like it's necessarily just a player. It feels like we're just a body light in there. A little bit of a lull in play because of that stoppage. Martinez. And Casemiro to De Ligt. If you haven't already, click the like button. 5 likes away from 750. Just over 250 away from 1k likes. It's Dallo up the left. He might be going by himself. Ball into the box. Wasn't a bad ball at all. Headed away. That's the only concern, isn't it? The only concern is just, I mean, going forward at the moment, so far, 12 minutes in, we look lively. And look like we can put them under pressure. It's just, again, midfield. Can see why they were insistent on getting an Ugarte, but you still think we'd need an extra midfielder. But there is going to be money to play around with, hopefully, in January. So I wouldn't be shocked if come January we are in the market for another midfielder. So Dallo's looking for an option to throw to. Rashford goes down, not going to get a free kick. Well done, Joshua Xerxes, good block. Goes out for a goal kick. Erik ten Hag making some notes. Can see Liverpool playing out from the back. United going to try and press from the front. How easy is it going to be for Liverpool to play out? That's a heavy touch. That's good pressure by United. Passing's got to be better because you've done exactly what you're meant to do there. They've pressed well. They forced Liverpool into an error. Here's Cobby. I mentioned that we saw that in pre-season. Good pass. Marcus Rashford on the overlap. Into the box. Corner ball. So that's what I'm saying. Going forward, we've actually played some decent stuff. Going forward, we've been played some decent stuff. And it was the same in pre-season against Liverpool. Liverpool kept trying to play out from the back. They'll keep trying to play out from the back. That's what they'll do. Keep trying to play out from the back. But, it's just about, okay, when you do win the ball back then, your pass has to be crisp. Your pass has to be pinpoint. Don't give it away. Short corner. Martinez. Fernandez ball in to nobody. A waste of a set piece that was. I think that went out, didn't it? That's a couple of set pieces from Bruno. I've got my eye on that. A couple of set pieces. It's really shitty deliveries. Nothing more frustrating, is there, than a corner that doesn't beat the first man, or like this little like routine, don't beat the first man. Like, Throw into Liverpool, though. Nearly 15 minutes gone. 0-0. Liverpool. Goal ruled out for offside. After Mo Salah was deemed in a offside position. It was Trent Alexander-Arnold who had got the goal. But to no avail. And again, it's just going to be interesting to see if this game can keep up the pace that we've seen in this first 15 minutes. Because it has been frenetic. Well done by Mazraoui. Wins it back. But how many... Dalot wins it. Good win by Diogo Dalot. Just how often... how often do we win the ball back in good positions and then just... immediately we give it away? It's so frustrating. Joshua Zirkzee turns. Loses the ball. And now going to go down the right-hand side. You've got to track back. United win the ball back again. Right, in a good position. Don't give the ball away. That's a better ball by Bruno. Alejandro Garnacho on the right-hand side. He's into the box. Cuts it back. Who's there? Oh, my. Honestly, the final ball from Manchester United is going to cause me to pass out in this game. I swear to God. Good pass by Andre Onana. It's like we win the ball in really good positions, or we intercept the ball in really good positions. And it's just like, take care of that pass, please. Please take care of the final ball, please. Because you can't fault the endeavour, you can't fault the pressing. It's just like final ball, rush of blood. A couple of super chats here. David says, watching this 30 seconds behind. Hi, future me. Well, there you go. Hello, future you. Dork says, okay, first 15 minutes. Some loose passing and ball watching going on, though. Lads need to stop being... where's Eric Ten Hag again?
Stupid.
There you go. And again, that's the sort of frustrating points, isn't it? Is actually, you go, well, in those parts, that is good. You know, you get yourself... And the thing is, they don't count as chances, do they? They don't count as shots on target, or they don't count as, you know, good XG or whatever. But you win the ball in a decent position like that. Look at De Ligt, look at that. Good defender. Look at that, good defender, good pass as well. Matthijs De Ligt, Cobby, that was a risky one. Good Lord. He asked a bit of Casemiro there, Cobby Mainoo. That's a push in the back. Just settle on the ball a little bit. De Ligt's look really comfortable. Mazraoui's won the ball back a couple of times in good positions. But as I was saying, like those, when you win the ball back in those good positions, and then you give the ball away immediately, it doesn't count, you know, it says shot on target, XG or anything like that. But it's like, well, that could have been a chance. Fucking hell, Zirkzee's given the ball away again. Casemiro has flown in to a tackle. Lucky he didn't make any connection. I tell you what also, when it comes to Joshua Zirkzee, this first 18 minutes, his passing has not been very good. He must have given the ball away at least, 3 or 4 times. And this is where you want a senior player, a leader in your team, like a Bruno, to go to him and say, hey, on the ball, calm down, keep the ball. If there's nothing on, go back, keep it simple. Licha Martinez, it's a short pass as well. Salah's in the box, be careful. And United do win it back. Oh, and Cobby's down, by the way. It was a pass towards Cobby. Martinez's pass was towards Cobby and he's stayed down. It wasn't a good pass, though. Looks like he falls. Looks like maybe Gravenberch just kind of lands on his head. 20 minutes gone, still 0-0. There's a short pass by Licha Martinez. It's not even necessarily the worst of it. I tell you what, Cobby does look a bit trying to shake the cobwebs off a little bit, doesn't he? The Ten Hag's deep in discussion with De Ligt. Certainly United. It's a weird one actually. 20 minutes in, it's a bit of a mixed one, isn't it? It's a bit of a mixed bag because I think United have started energetic. They've, I think, going forward have looked pretty good. Same story, really, isn't it? It's just final passes, isn't it? Final passes, some sloppy balls. Again, just be a bit crisper, be a bit more careful with the ball, in all respects, really. But United significantly more possession, 65% of the ball. Just need to, again, protect it a bit. Casemiro to Garnacho. Mazraoui. He's so composed on the ball, isn't he? Mazraoui, he's so comfortable. Licha Martinez. Fucking hell. Again, we're giving it away again. Dangerous areas. You just did it. Fucking hell, that's twice now. That's a good pass by Dallo, though. Kobbie Mainoo. Xerxes. Gives it back to Kobbie. Casemiro. Tried that one-touch pass in. Now, in these areas, win it back. Or a foul. I'm totally fine with that there. What's a booking? Cynical foul in the end. It's funny though, because United kind of Licha gets away with one because it's a short pass, but it ends up working out fine. United get an attack out of it. Van Dijk. Now this is when you get into the interesting moments because you press from the front early on. You have intensity early on. About 25 minutes in, maybe that tiredness can kind of hit to consistently press from the front. Long ball. De Ligt with a header. Good head. Good flick by Casemiro. Here's Garnacho. This is an opportunity. Pass out wide to Marcus Rashford. Oof, it wasn't a bad pass as well by Garnacho. Not a bad pass at all. It's a good pass by Trent out to Salah. Martinez does well. He's not risking it. Casemiro. I tell you, it's not the worst ball in the world. It's unlucky by Casemiro. Now, this is why you got to get out to him, Rashford. Get out to him on the left. Got to do your defensive work. McAllister. Now a bit of Liverpool possession. United still dominating possession, 66%. Mazraoui again wins the ball. The idea, by the way, people were like, I don't know about what the fuck is that? Casemiro, what the fuck is that? You know, I get away with it. Casemiro just gave up on it. He didn't even go out. He just gave up on it. What is that? It literally, it just a heavy touch. And he just sort of stopped. You're thinking minimum, at least let it just go out for a throw-in if you've completely screwed it up. My God. No mistake, it is definitely the 4-4-2, 4-2-4 thing. That's a poor pass by Liverpool. Goes out for United throw. Maybe the pace starting to drop a little bit. Referee blowing the whistle. What for? He's saying this throw should be there. But yeah, when it comes to Mazraoui, the notion of, oh wow, you know, is he really an upgrade on Wan-Bissaka? We're taking the piss. What is that again? The individual errors, by the way, from United at points are just mad. Some of the decision making by some of these players is just insane. It's like they just forget that they're playing football. Konate puts it out wide to Salah. See, in these cases, again, United just need to hold their shape. Casemiro. Getting a bit of a rumbling there from the crowd as if to say, like, guys, Xerxes! I swear to Christ, how many times is Xerxes going to do a short pass? Ball over the top. Alisson comes out and sweeps it. My God, Joshua Xerxes, pass the ball properly. Please, 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 please. Pass the ball, not short, not give it away. Oh. He'll score now, by the way. But in terms of an open in half an hour, oh. Onana. What is that? Onana's straight up the pitch. Dork with a super chat says, mediocre players equals mediocre decisions. Oof. I hope, again, I really hope, like K-Flow says, he'll score and people will forget. I hope so. I really hope so. Because as the first 30 goes, my word, he's done about 4 or 5 misplaced or short passes have been booked. This is danger. This is danger. Oh, Delit. Good feet by Kobbie Mainoo. Does really well. Really, really well. So did Matthijs de Ligt. I tell you what. De Ligt. It's good feet. But don't get too carried away. Right. Even Cass. Go, 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 go. Travel. Bruno Fernandes. Stay on side. Garnacho. Oh, you've tried the difficult one, Bruno. Our final ball is just so bad. De Ligt again. I tell you what, Matthijs de Ligt for a 30 minutes, yeah. Matthijs de Ligt has been brilliant. That's like 2 or 3 times now. Interception, 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 interception by de Ligt. Every like one-on-one duel so far, he has won. Brilliant defending thus far by Matthijs de Ligt. Brilliant. I know people will talk about Kobbie with the, you know, with the feet or whatever, but really that starts with de Ligt. That starts with de Ligt and his interception. The 2 former Bayern players really showing up in this first half, haven't they? But again, final ball, so easy to play through the middle again. Szoboszlai. Luis Diaz. Deflects. So actually, I mean, the thing is, yeah, the back four, Mazraoui, De Ligt, I mean, Martinez, couple of shaky passes, but Ndalo, the back four has actually been pretty good. But midfield, gaps, and just consistently giving the ball away. And up front as well, same thing. Final ball, not good. Defence has been very good. "30 minutes gone, still 0-0. It's going to be a corner. But even that, like that opportunity, wasn't it, with Bruno's there? He's got like 3 options and he tried to take the hardest one. It would look great if it came off. But it's the hardest one. And also, if you give the ball away in that area, that's where counter-attack comes on. That has to be better. Corner ball. They're really focusing on this thing around Onana. They've gone short. Well, Everett's got into it. Counter then. Mazraoui, he's going to travel. Final ball, be good. Mazraoui still going. Oh, again, sums up. But you've won it back. Xerxes, out wide. Garnacho, take him on. Take him on if you want. What are you going to do there? You got people around you. Oh. That count as a shot? Oh. Even Mazraoui's getting infected with the final ball bug. I've got to get back into position. It's so frustrating because we get into good areas. We actually do. We get into good areas or we win the ball back in good positions and we just then insist. Good tackle by Casemiro. Bruno. Xerxes. Oh. That's what I mean. They are literally what I just said right there. We win the ball in really good areas. Really good areas. Well done, Casemiro. Again, that's a foul. But you see what I mean? That is literally case in point now of what I just said. We win the ball, good areas, high up the pitch, or in good spaces. And when we just, our final ball is rubbish. Rubbish. It is rubbish and
Stupid.
And to be honest, it must be frustrating for Erik ten Hag because he must be like, well, again, you win the ball in good areas there, and you just can't take a breath, pass the ball in the right area, take a touch, have some composure. It's mad. That's a Man United throw. So, because in that area there, Casemiro is a really good tackle. Really wins it back. Really good area. That's what you're looking for. And I think the worry is turn. There you go. Good passing out from the back by United. Oh, Casemiro. What is wrong with our passing? Honestly, what is wrong with our passing towards the back post? Of course. They were queuing up. At the back post. It's too easy. How many times are you going to give the ball away in midfield and it's not going to come back to bite you? How many times are you going to do it? You can't keep doing that. Ridiculous. Absolute ridiculous. It's just, how many times have we done that in this game? How many times? Look at this. He's got no one around him. He's got no pressure. Cobby's not even looking at it because he doesn't even think there's no way he'll pass it to me. They're lining up at the back post again. That's such a terrible goal. Terrible, terrible goal. And Casemiro, now you got to be worried about yourself, mate, because we just signed Manuel Ugarte. Because that is just... so bad. So bad. I don't know why Onana has to come across that far, by the way, as well. It's very obvious they're going to cut it across goal. So you'd say, hold your position. Why he's run past his front post, I don't know. But it's such a bad goal to concede. And again, that's not even great Liverpool play either. That's not like, Liverpool have ripped Man United open. Liverpool have carved Man United open by great play. That is Manchester United. Here, have a goal. Have a goal. We'll give you the ball if you want. We've been doing it all the way through the first half. Absolute rubbish. If you keep giving the ball away, what do you expect? And again, this is the annoying thing. This is the annoying thing about this first half. Man United, in terms of, again, I would look at like Erik ten Hag, by the way, in this first half, and he would look at it thinking, I don't know actually how much more I could have really done, to be honest. Like, the tactics have actually largely worked. We've won the ball back in high areas. Some of these players can't pass the fucking ball for some reason. Like, we've won it in high areas. Final pass, you're through on goal. Can't do it. They can't do it. Casemiro, with zero pressure on him, has tried to pass it with someone in Kobbie Mainoo who's facing the opposition goal. He doesn't even know the ball's coming to him. And he's tried to pass it to him. It's baffling. Absolute baffling. And that's not even a one-off. That's not even a one-off in the half. They've done that all the way through this half. Stupid pass, quite literally.
Stupid.
Passes. Oh. Here comes McAllister. And again, the frustrating thing would also be about, again, Liverpool in this game. I don't think Liverpool have been amazing. No, you wouldn't go, Liverpool have been scintillating in this first half. You would say, actually, it's been a pretty even game. United are just insisting on giving Liverpool the ball every 5 minutes. Let's just keep giving you the ball. Look at this. Look at this pass. Look, that's what I was saying. I don't know what Casemiro sees there. If you see, he tries to pass it to Kobbie Mainoo. Kobbie Mainoo is looking that way. He's looking towards the Liverpool goal. He doesn't even know the ball's coming to him. So what on earth is that pass? When you see it, I said the first replay I saw it went, Kobbie's facing that way. Doesn't even think the ball's coming to him. That is mad. Ball cuts back, Mazraoui. Oof, I tell you what, someone follow it up. Kobbie Mainoo wins it back twice. All right, Casemiro now has it. Marcus Rashford tries to play through Garnacho. Oh. That's too easy. Leach has left a bit on him. Leach has left a bit on him. Where are we at when super chats? The Manchukushner says Veggie was better than supersized Chad Danforth. Super chat here says Xerxes does not look like a footballer. Dork says Cass and Xerxes been terrible so far. Nathan says we can't score in this game. Useless up front. Break back to Mazraoui. Went through the legs of Van Dijk. But that's what I mean. Like that chance there for Xerxes, it's not, like a clear-cut one-on-one chance. But we've had opportunities to do that a few times in this first half by winning the ball back or starting off good attacks. And then we just give it away. We just give it away. It's insane. It's like basic football fundamentals. That's a bit crisper by United. Oh my word. Now Garnacho's giving it away like 30 yards out. It's not a foul. Casemiro, that will be a foul. What? That's got to be a foul, surely. Salah. Diaz, fucking at 2-0. I mean, I thought it was a foul off the ball, but it won't get overturned. 2-0. Absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. Casemiro again. Now, if this comes back and it looks like it's soft, right, and it's soft and he just goes down for no reason, then take him off. He's been absolutely terrible in this first half. I wasn't sure about it when I saw it. I'll have another look. Is it a foul? He gets the ball. It's not a foul. It's not. It's so soft. Look at him. Look, he's on the floor. It's never a foul in a million years. Never a foul in a million years. Absolute disaster for him. He's finished. He's having an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster he's done. A great finish. But, I mean, Casemiro, you've a stupid pass in the first place, then you've been shrugged off the ball. Easy, no problem. Nowhere near a foul. Gets the ball. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Can we register Ugarte mid-match? Can we do that? Can we register Ugarte mid-match? Because fuck me. Start the game okay. Get in decent positions. Keep giving the ball away. Absolute disaster class. Shocking. I mean, literally, it can't get Ugarte in quick enough, honestly.
Poor, terrible defending.
Oh, it's even got to Delit. Even Delit's put out, no pressure. Honestly. It's so bad for Casemiro. I almost feel bad for him at this point. It's like Crystal Palace all over again, isn't it? It's like Palace all over again. He can't pass it. He's getting shrugged off the ball. You know what I mean? Honestly, bring on Collier. Bring on Collier for Casemiro. Because it can't be much worse. 5 minutes of stoppage time. He never touched the ball, did he? Yeah, that's our throw. It's our throw. Honestly though, oh my, that is story of the first half. That we want to throw in, let's just give it straight back to him right away. Fucking mad. It's crazy. Oh. Man United just get to half time now. Cobby's going to get booked. It's been like 2 or 3 of them. He's going to get booked. Man United get half time now. They're fully on the ropes. Fully on the ropes. They're rattled. They can't pass the ball now. They haven't been able to pass it all off. Liverpool can smell blood in the water. Keep it 2-0. Get to half time. Because it could be 3 or 4. With the way they're getting through us now. This midfield's given up. I mean, I've honestly, for a team that has still had more of the ball, the fact that this team cannot pass the ball is staggering. Staggering. And remember, Casemiro's highest paid player at the club. Value for money. It's true. Someone says there in the chat, Liverpool will let us win, but just by holding the ball. They're literally the way to beat Man United. Let them pass. Let them pass. They'll give you the ball. don't put any pressure on them. Let them have the ball in midfield. We'll just give you it. we'll give you it. Mad. That's Man United throw. Super chat from Cool Giro says, Ten Hag is trash. Stop defending the manager. He can't coach to save his life. Waste man, no ball player midfielder. Are your lot serious? It's not I don't think your lot or anything like that. It's literally just, again, this is in terms of senior players and meant to be experienced players can't pass the ball. Madness. Bruno, this first half. He's got in decent positions to put a final ball in. Not good enough. Been rubbish. I don't know if Rashford's touched the ball. Garnacho, similar situation. He's picked up the ball. Not too much has happened. Cobby's been run ragged. Casemiro's just looks like he should retire at half time. And even that from Mazraoui. Even the players that were playing well have now started to infect them. Even like De Ligt and Mazraoui, who had started off good games, it's infected them. Casemiro, man, what is he doing? I feel like Casemiro, he looks like, honestly, genuinely, for him, he needs to come off at half time. He has to come off at half time. He looks absolutely shell-shocked. Shell-shocked. He literally can't complete a pass now. He can't. And it must be, honestly, I mean, you can hear it. It is silent at Old Trafford. Silent. How can he carry on playing in this game? How can he carry on playing? And this is why I said we need to get to half time, because Bruno Fernandes, Xerxes, Bruno. And that's half time. Just give up on it. Even the ref couldn't be bothered with it. Bruno's down on the floor. Absolute horror show for Manchester United in that first half. And you know what the annoying thing was? Is for 25, 30 minutes, won the ball back in some good areas, could have maybe created some chances out of it. But complete self-sabotage, complete incompetence. You're looking at Casemiro, one of the worst half of football you're going to see from him. Joshua Zirkzee, I don't know if he completed a pass as well. Bruno Fernandes, incredibly wasteful. Every time we did have good areas to pass the ball, when we could pass the ball through, gives it away. Wrong decision every time. Don't know if Marcus Rashford's playing. Garnacho, similar situation. Nothing on the right-hand side. I feel sorry for the back four, in all honesty. I feel sorry for the back four because it feels like they just get wave after wave of it, and eventually towards the end of the half, they would just, eventually could only take so much when it comes to them. But awful. I thought Cobby as well looks completely overrun and a couple of times misplaced passes. Just absolutely shocking. And we needed half time because if that game carried on a couple more extra minutes, we'd have been 3 or 4 down. Honestly, shocking. Absolutely terrible. And really, again, just from players, experienced players, professional players, not to be able to pass the ball 5 yards, not be able to take care of the ball, not be able to do the final pass is just awful. Absolutely terrible. Shocking. Absolutely awful. Let's see if I can call KG the comedian, because he, of course, is there today at Old Trafford. No guarantees I'll be able to actually get hold of him, but we can try. Might not answer. Might not even want to talk. I don't blame him. Yeah.
Welcome to the O2.
Well, he doesn't want to talk. Let's try Fleck. Let's try Flex. Oh, KG. No, I'm getting another call back. KG the comedian, you're live on United View. Talk to me.
It's absolute crap, man. I'm disgusted with how Casemiro's been like criminal. We've not progressed the ball well. Like, Casemiro's probably the main part, but there's other parts of just wasting the way we're moving the ball around. Shit passes, really bad passes, and it's just like, again, man, I think it's like it's starting to get into this. It's a buckle up for a crazy season because basically you're not getting any runs in behind from. I know Xerxes wants it all to feet, but you can tell why he ain't been starting because I don't think he's got the fitness at the moment to get about.
What?
And
also as well,
KG,
we want to talk about Casemiro's passing, which was awful, but Xerxes' pass is not much better as well.
It's been criminal.
It's been awful.
But I think that's down to fitness. I don't think he's sharp at all. I think there's a lot there there's a lot left to be desired. I think there's so many issues, but I'm not like, now it's one of those things where we've got ourselves to blame, innit? We've got ourselves to blame. We're in a situation. I worry that Kobe might not even finish the game, considering he's on a yellow card. He's the only one really diving into tackles at the moment. When Casemiro dives into the tackle, no one's there. There was that. Garnacho hasn't given me. Do you know what I would do, actually? I would actually take off Xerxes, I have to put Rashford down the middle, or maybe even Ahmad. Do you know what I mean? And the front three of Garnacho, Ahmad, and Rashford. At least there's something for them to think about, because Virgil and Kanate?
Yeah.
They're having fun. They're literally conducting traffic, and it's not like Liverpool have been absolutely excellent. What's happened is they've just taken opportunities when we've been pricks with the ball. But yeah.
It's just so frustrating because, again, we just can't, honestly, and this is when people, I think in fairness, people go, well, that's not how much has changed from last season. But we can't pass the ball. We can't pass the ball. Literally, even because in the first half, first 20 minutes, we actually gained some decent positions. Win the ball back high up the pitch. Can't pass the ball. Literally can't pass it.
Can't pass.
It's mad.
But listen, can't pass anything, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a disgrace, to be honest, because we got to do better than this. But like now, I'm just kind of preparing myself. This looks like a long, isn't it? If we still can't pass the ball in our first season, what can we say about it? You know, it's insane, and I just can't believe. Like, do you see how easy they showed it back? The speed that Casemiro hits the ground in. What is that? What the hell is that?
Yeah, well, yeah, like the second one, initially I went, oh, he must have fouled him. I watched it back, gets the ball, just goes down. You know what I mean? Just goes down easy. It's ridiculous.
Here we go, Diaz first goal. Look at the Casemiro pass. Oh, and to who?
Yeah. Cobby's not
just a quick one.
Cobby's not even looking. Like Cobby's, because he's not going to pass it to me. He's not even looking. Mad.
Not even looking. It's insane that Casemiro does. That's unnecessary. Oh my goodness. Watching it over and over again, and the overload because we committed so many players forward.
Yeah.
There's nothing Delic could do. Literally, he has to follow. There you go. Of course, they're gonna be alone on the back post. Yeah, just bullshit, man. Casemiro's been a pantomime villain in this bad boy.
Yeah.
Like, you want to get booed, you know. Xerxes, as I said, I don't think he's. You're seeing why. Oh, it's just a mess, man. It's just bullshit, bro.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we have to figure out a way to get back into this one. And it's like, what do you even do? Like, people are chatting shit, telling me Casemiro should play in the 8. You got to be fucking, excuse my language, but you got to be kidding me, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, 8 where? 8 where? You're seeing him with no pressure around him. How does that ball go into Liverpool players? Only God knows.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, hopefully we turn it around. Second half, it's the second one that hurts. Look at Casemiro, no pressure, pressure, and then he just goes over like a prick. It's the lightest. Oh my goodness. There you go. Fuck's sake. Anyway, pissed off.
Well, nice one, KG. We'll hear from you after the game. Right. The fan views.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot, man.
Yep. As he says, it's going to be one of those. One of those seasons, isn't it? One of those seasons, indeed. Disaster. Absolute disaster. I didn't even know I had those messages. That's not good. Well, I'll try calling Flex again in a second. Let's get to these super chats here before I do. Go back to that. Where are we at? We've got quite a few of these. Colin says, I'm done with him. That was the last straw. Nathan says, 2 new managers have scored Erik ten Hag already, for F's sake. Dork says, managers who have been in for years less time have defined play styles at their respective teams. Ten Hag defensively can't use injuries as an excuse this season. James says, Erik ten Hag is in big trouble. We look awful. Eminem says, our attack is useless if the midfield just creates constant transitions. I do not understand why Erik ten Hag has never told Casemiro just to go for safe passes. DJ says, Owen, this is bad. Casemiro is super poor today. Nathan says, KG mocking Arsenal yesterday. Look at the state of us. Ahmed Deshan says, I said Bruno is crap so many times. No one wants to hear it. Erik ten Hag, it's over. Get the hell out and take Casemiro, Bruno, Dalla and Rashford with you. F off. The Creflon Dong says, clear as day what needs to be done. We all know it, but refuse to accept the reality. Bruno as 10 does not work. Cobby looks lost in midfield. Let's see what excuses Flex comes up with now. Kyle says, so Salah has more assists in one game than the best 10 ever. Bruno has this entire season. His corners don't even reach targets. Can we grow up? So look, there's naturally a lot of frustration, a lot of anger in this performance there, and I don't blame it. It is a complete and utter shambles and a complete and utter disaster. Let's see if I can get a hold of Flex. Let's see if I can get a hold of him. Let's see what he's gonna say. I don't know if we have time.
Hello?
Flex, you're live on your own channel. You're live on United View.
Yeah.
We don't obviously have long till the second half starts, but talk to me. What is going on with what we've just seen?
He's just absolutely shocking, mate. Just up. Like, if you're gonna play against Liverpool, you can't turn over the ball as much as we've been doing. Of course, Casemiro is going to get the brunt of it. Look, Toby Collier is coming out to what? I don't know if the camera's on him. Toby Collier is warming up in the centre circle before. He's going to come on.
I'm not surprised. I said that during literally the last 5 minutes. I went to take Casemiro off. I went for the sake of him.
Oh, actually, sorry. No, all the subs are out. All the subs are out. Sorry, it's not just him. It's not just him, so he might not. But sorry, I thought it was just him. I've just looked. There's Eriksen as well. Right. Because we don't normally do that, but I think this season we do. But Collier, no, they're calling him over. I think. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to. Someone's giving him instructions though. He's going to come on. He's getting instructions. It looks like to me anyway. Or he's getting prepped to come on early in the second half. But anyway, absolutely abysmal. Absolutely abysmal. You know, in the first the match, you get a bit of passion. You know, you get Dallo. You know, having a bit of. So you know, the crowd felt good. Get a corner early doors, but all it is huffing and puffing and doing nothing with it, and then you make stupid mistakes time and time again in the final third, and you're asking for trouble. I mean, look, there's nowhere to hide with the Casemiro thing. Let's be honest, this looks terrible because Jamie Carragher's told him to retire. He's told him to retire, and then you see this.
Yeah,
and you're like,
reminded me of Palace
he's
all
just
over
going to be
again.
laughing all the way, 100%, but worse.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? On the biggest stage against your biggest rivals at home, it's even worse. And like to have two hands in the goals like that for negative reasons, it's just terrible. He's given away the ball into double figures. It must be about 13 times at least.
Yeah, he's given the ball away most on the pitch.
There you go. And for the second goal as well, one thing is to lose the ball like that, and also defensively, Lissandro, like you're on Diaz. It's only you and him, and he marks the space instead of the man. And I don't know why he does that. That's awful from him as well. You know, bad decision making. You know, Garnacho in decent areas. You know, making bad decisions. Rashford not intense enough in his runs. Xerxes, look, you don't want to go in on your signing. It feels like a baptism of fire for him, to be honest. It feels like one, he's really nervous and not. And
he hasn't been able to pass the ball.
He's not ready.
He hasn't been able to pass the ball.
He's not ready. Like he's just like he can't pass. Like he's trying to slow it down to a more comfortable pace where he's like, shit, this is intense. Let me just try and play my game and slow it down. And it's like the nerves are getting the better of him. Of course, I'm not writing him off, but if you're Kanate and you're Van Dijk, you're thinking this is meat and drink. Like he's not going to do anything. He's not going to run in behind. That's not the type of player he is. He's dropping off the front. And when he's dropping off the front, it's not like you've got massive runners in behind him. It's just a calamity of shit, to be honest with you. And we need to be careful that this isn't 4s and 5s.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's why I was desperately going to have time.
I hate to be pessimistic, but I hate to be pessimistic, but this is not it doesn't have the feeling of we're going to turn this around at all. This is like our preservation, and Liverpool are just licking their lips because half of the moments we're giving them, or more than half, it's just us giving them the chance, us giving them the ball.
Yeah.
Just literally giving them the ball. Because they were quite poor on the ball themselves. Before we made that criminal mistake, like, don't get me wrong, I know they had the ball in the back of the net again from a bad passage of play, but it's like, they still weren't great. They didn't have to be great. They haven't been amazing to be in this position.
No, exactly.
You know? But the players are running out now.
Yeah.
Toby Collier, he's the one who's warming up separately from the group that were warming up. So
yeah,
I'd imagine hang on, is Casemiro there? Oh, hold on a minute. No. Casemiro is not there.
Maybe it is Collier.
That will be Toby Collier coming on at half time. Yeah.
Disaster.
It's got to be. Yeah, Casemiro's not there. He's been hooked.
Yeah, disaster. All right, big up Flex. We'll hear from you after the game with your Flex's view.
Yeah, nice one.
As per usual.
Cheers.
And hopefully, maybe miracles. Believe in miracles, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Believe in miracles.
Peace. I missed the super chat from Danny Defeater for some reason. It didn't come up on my list. Apologies for that on here. Says, you all laughed at me. Told you after Fulham nothing had changed. Ten Hag isn't making till Christmas. Let me switch back to that one. What else have we got here? Don F says, what type of KG picks does Ten Hag have in his possession? And Don F says, so we blaming this on Casemiro? I think you could blame definitely the 2 goals on him. I think that's not out of the way. It's not exactly a hot take, is it, to say Casemiro is at fault for both the goals? In all honesty, is it? But how many players do you want to say played poor in that half? Casemiro's been hooked. Toby Collier's on. I mean, it's, again, talk about complete disaster for Casemiro. Complete and total disaster. Second half is underway. Let me get that off and this back on. Here we go. As Jan says, Saudi transfer window still open. That Dallo looks to be down. Was it Mazraoui? Again, Manuel Ugarte can't start soon enough. My goodness. Night First Earth says, this is hate an individual view. This is what I don't get. I mean, KG, it's happened the other day, KG. I think KG said something about Mason Mount, and that turned into, why do you hate Mason Mount? What? It's not, I don't think it's harsh to say Casemiro that first time. He's literally been hooked at half time because he had such a bad first half. How does that mean I hated on individuals? He's had a terrible first half. Lots of players in that first half had a terrible first half. Xerxes, Bruno, Rashford, Garnacho. It's probably easy to say which players haven't, in all honesty. It's like, I tell you what, such an agenda against certain players. Literally, again, experienced Casemiro has been hooked against Liverpool for 45 minutes because he wasn't playing very well. I think that's like, totally, this is scapegoating Cass. That's mad. Totally nuts. Mazraoui looks a bit in trouble here, which ain't good because we ain't got another fullback. I mean, Maguire and Evans are warming up, but Mina beating even. Eric Ten Hag shakes his head. Even more of a disaster. He's back sitting up. But this is why we say we need a fullback. I know it's a right back, but your point being is you'd move Dallo over to right back and you'd have a left back. There's a pretty lengthy discussion going on here. There's really no action in the second half thus far because it's been Mazraoui down, but he's back up on his feet. So it looks like maybe he is going to come back on. But this is what is funny with this as well, because is Toby Collier ready for this game? Maybe not, probably not. But in all honesty, who would you bring on in this situation? Would you bring on Christian Eriksen? He'd probably get spun just the same. He's better on the ball, I'll give you that. So Mazraoui is going to come back on. They're going to wave him on at any point. My goodness, took the time. Now Collier just wins the ball back there. Here's Rashford. Oh, even that's a short pass by Marcus Rashford. What is it with these passes? Pass 2 feet. Please. Pass 2 feet. No pass short, pass it behind. Pass to feet. Is De Ligt. Martinez again. I mean, if Man United have any hope, then it's you have to get a next goal. But that would be totally against the run of play, wouldn't it? Totally. Liverpool keep it in. Now Alisson with the ball. All right, Dallo, Rashford. Time for Cobby. Ball over the top towards Collier. Heads it back. Xerxes shoots. Oh, that's better. I tell you what comes from Toby Collier as well. At least that's something. At least that's something to hold on to. I mean, Xerxes tries to bend it into the bottom corner. But again, it's Collier. Garnacho, ball across goal. Rashford should get there. Deflected as it hooks in. But at least, again, it's funny with Collier, because at the moment he's a better option than Casemiro, because minimum he can just get around. He can get around. You know what I mean? Here's Collier again. And I tell you what, I know it's a lot of pressure, maybe too much and all that kind of stuff. What an opportunity it is for him. Because what you would say is, look, after the international break, Ugarte is going to probably be in that team. But if you can come in and you can do something, show something, then who knows what's going to happen? Make a name for yourself. Oh. It was passed by De Ligt that Cobby couldn't get to. Too easy, Collier. United recover all right. Just needs something. Needs something. Even if it's luck. Bit of luck. Bit of luck, whatever. You know what I mean? Too easy to play around. Too easy to play around. Salah. Blocked. It was offside anyway. It was tight. It was really tight. And he's just offside, Mo Salah. You're just seeing the chance. Collier just heads it back. A comfortable save at the end for Alisson. That's a foul. Now Virgil van Dijk's going to be booked. Just spins him, Bruno Fernandes. De Ligt out to Cobby. He's just shrugged off the ball. Just easy. He's just been bullied. Absolutely bullied off the ball. Out wide. Fucking hell. This is getting embarrassing. Absolute embarrassing. And once again, similar to Casemiro in the first half, Cobby Mainoo's just been shrugged off the ball. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Easy. If it wasn't game over, it is already. Same old, same old. Okay, Jamie Carragher said it's true. Lose the ball in midfield easy. Put it in. Done. You know, fucking. There's no point having a goalkeeper in. It's always going to go in. Lose the ball in midfield. Look at this. You can't. Look at that. Shrugged off the ball easy. Overloaded. Puts it in. Done. That. It's not even an amazing finish. He's given it away. They've given it away. Mo Salah. But honestly, we are obsessed with shooting ourselves in the foot. How many goals has it been of of Liverpool playing a way round? Look at this. Passes it to Martinez. Short passes again. It is baffling. Baffling. Again, they can't pass it. I know honesty, yeah, with Salah, he's put it over the bar there. All Salah's got to do is get it on target, and it's going to go in. Onana can't save anything. So we've got a combination of players that can't pass and a keeper that can't save. Embarrassing. They're going to score again, look. Just past the post. Honestly. You look at all of these goals as well. Honestly, you look at all of these goals. You look at Casemiro gives the ball away earlier on. Casemiro gets shoved off the ball. Cobby gets shoved off the ball. Then Leacher gives the ball away. It's mad. Absolute madness. Embarrassing. It's the scoreline, the play, the inability to pass, the inability to save. All of it is actually just humiliating. If you were a Liverpool player, you would say right now, have a shot. Literally have a shot. It will go in because the keeper won't save it. You would say, put some pressure on the players, by the way, because they'll just fall over. Look, we're just getting... Here they come again. This is getting scary now, because this could actually be any scoreline. Genuinely, this could be any scoreline. This could be 5, 6, 7. Honestly. They've completely lost their shape. They've completely lost their ability to pass. There's nothing to the team. It's a mess. Xerxes, Rashford, Oh, and Rashford, look, he's going backwards. Rashford's a one-on-one there with Konate, and he's cut back and passed it back to the goalkeeper. Marcus Rashford looks shell-shocked. He's literally just looks scared. Here's Collier again. He's just shoved off the ball again. How many times has that happened to us in this game? I can't believe I've seen Rashford do that. One-on-one with a defender, and he's cut back. Dork says, we are finished. Ahmed Deshan says, Liverpool have a clear shape and game plan and clear style of play. We have none of those, and that's a fact. Nathan says, I'm Erik ten Hag out now. Most of this side is his players. Well, we said, didn't we? Look, Ten Hag's got no excuses this season. He's been backed. He's got to get results. This is not a result. This is absolutely embarrassing. Honestly, again, the inability to pass the ball and actually just the weakness on it too. Like, you look at 2 goals where players have just been shoved off it. Easy. Shoved off the ball is insane. Absolutely pathetic. Xerxes, ball given away. And the thing is now, is that this is going to be a long 2 weeks. It's going to be a long 2-week international break. Because every single story is going to come out now. Every single story, all the pressure, it's all going to come out. Play on is Bruno Fernandes. Back to Rashford. Where's he going to go? Where are you going? Ball in. Xerxes! Oh. It's a chance as well for Xerxes. It's a header 6 yards out central. Ball in, cleared by Van Dijk. Kobbie Mainoo. Bruno out to Mazraoui. Garnacho. Oh. Easily dispossessed. Oof. I tell you what, De Ligt's just gone through him. He's given a play on because Jota's in the box. If he gets it on target, it's a goal. Martinez does just about enough, actually. Now Bruno's looking for Rashford. That's a throw. He's going to book De Ligt easily. He'll book him. Because De Ligt just flew through someone. Look at this. Fucking hell. He just absolutely goes through him. Fucking hell. Oh. Sometimes when things are going shit as well, that's what you end up doing, isn't it? Just fly through someone. Ugh. Looks like Cody Gakpo is going to come on. He's 65 minutes gone. And Diaz is off. Cody Gakpo's on. One of those, can someone in the mod, by the way, ban that Wolves changed Rivers guy? That's totally inappropriate and completely out of order. Get rid of him. Martinez. Mazraoui. Sabozlai. It was just a ball put in. It was headed away. Here's the chance for Xerxes. Xerxes headed it's kind of central. If he hits corners... Collier. Rashford. Oh, it's a poor pass by Collier. I tell you what, he's going to have some hard questions after this game. Hard questions, Erik ten Hag. And I'd be fascinated to know his answers because been shocking. Absolutely awful. Look at them. Looks like they can't even play football. Honestly, look at some of the passing there. In that whole move with Rashford and Cobby and the ball bouncing around, look at some of that passing. Awful. Garnacho. And bear in mind as well, like this is a derby. Yeah, this is a derby. And the sort of lack of aggression and the easy way that we've just been shoved off the ball. Twice for goals, by the way, but just in general, it's just not good enough at all. So, Maguire's coming on for De Ligt. Maybe because of the yellow. Garnacho's. I tell you what, you hear the crowd. The crowd aren't happy with that. Crowd aren't happy with that at all because they're saying Marcus. They're saying I know Garnacho maybe hasn't had the best game, but what the hell has Marcus Rashford done in this game? Next to nothing. Next to nothing. He bottled a one-on-one with Konate and cut back. And again, massive questions. Massive questions of Erik ten Hag for that. Massive questions. Because as Kenny would always say, once the match going fans, ball towards the back post. Maguire had. Once the match going fans are making that kind of noise. That's not a good decision. Not a good decision. And that was my thing. I said, what did I say before the game started? Before the game started, I said when it comes to Erik ten Hag this season, when it comes to Rashford, if it's not working, he has to show some balls to take him off. Kobe Mainu. Collier. Out to Rashford. Right, repay his faith then. Goes past Trent. Xerxes wins the ball back. And bear in mind, it's 3-0 down. It's not as if like it's 2-0. It's not as if like, well, go back in it. You've got to start somewhere, I suppose, but... Martinez. Martinez again. Dallo. Ahmad. Caught a ball. Caught a ball. Ahmad stands over. Allison, I think, got a punch to that. Mazraoui. I got it. Xerxes. Not a good touch. Dallo again. Is he going to have a shot? No. Puts it out to Ahmad, who's in the box. Ahmad ball in. Overhead kick. Oh, it's Martinez. Nearly. It was just something. There's Sir Alex watching on. Free kick. If you haven't already, click the like button. There's nothing to like about the game, so might as well. Alexander-Arnold. Salah again. Oh. Honestly, Onana now with the shitty passing. It's just... Honestly. Dork says, Pochettino unemployed, I'm just saying. I don't think he is. Isn't he USA manager at this point? Or is he going to be? Game Fanatic, we are playing worse without Casemiro. How? I don't know. Are we? Playing the same. Show says, third season has to be some accountability on Erik ten Hag. And Nathan says, third season for Erik ten Hag and can't score enough goals. Even in his first season, we had a low goal difference. Ipswich gave Liverpool a harder game. He has to go for me. Ahmad's in the box. As we are in the 75th minute, still Manchester United 0, Liverpool 3. Now at Liverpool subs, Darwin Núñez and Connor Bradley coming on. I mean, Absolute shit show. And the thing is as well, because Liverpool scored so early in the second half, when Salah's goal, it's just really flat now, isn't it? Because it's like, oh, what are Man United going to do? Nothing. And as I mentioned, now it's going to be a long 2 weeks. A very long 2 weeks. Kobbie Mainoo. I mean, as you would expect, it's very quiet. You can hear the players inside Old Trafford. Gravenberch. Kanate. To be honest, it feels like for a lot of those United players at this point, it's just like waiting for the game to end. As it's a Liverpool throw. Mazraoui wins the header. Ahmad, he's only been on the pitch like 5 minutes or whatever. He's had the most touches in Liverpool box with 5. How mad is that? Is Rashford. He cuts back again. I think like you can hear the Old Trafford crowd. They're begging him, saying, take him on, do something. Just cuts back. Collier again. Rashford. Right-footed. Back post, Xerxes! Oh. It's another chance. Actually scoops it right-footed. It's a great ball. I mean, how Xerxes hasn't scored today. I mean, he's had a header against the keeper. Is that what one? Salah. Gravenberch. Oh, it's just easy play. Cuts it back. It's going to be 4. Szoboszlai. Oh. It's Mazraoui. It should be 4. Should be 4. It should be 4-2 up. Is Maguire. I mean, literally, that one, they're just talking on commentary, Jamie Carragher and Gary Neville there, about how, really, they're sort of taking the piss. And their teammates should be rollicking them. Ahmad cuts it back. Collier. Oh. Corner ball. Ahmad has been bright since he's come on. This is just a Liverpool chance. What's he doing? I mean, Szoboszlai should just take a touch first time, put it in the net. Oh my God. Even that delivery. Who was that? That was Ahmad. Kobbie. Gives it back to Bruno. Mazraoui. Ahmad again. Fuck. This season, man. This season. Andre and all the way back. It's quiet. Stadium's emptying. It's been nothing short of a complete disaster for Manchester United today. I think that went off Marcus Rashford. Oh. Look at them. Sir Jim, Sir Dave, Omar Barada, Dan Ashworth, Jason Wilcox. What must they be thinking? What must they be thinking? And another bad pass. Out for a throw. Well, no doubt, is there? There's unbelievable, immense pressure on Eric Ten Hag and these players. Nearly went to Darwin Núñez. And Collier just easily shoved off the pitch. They gave a free kick in the end. And who have United even got after the international break? This is where it's at now. You got to look at fucking matches coming up. Southampton away, Barnsley in the EFL Cup, Crystal Palace, FC Twente, Spurs, Porto, Villa at home, and another international break. Why does that already, that period there, Southampton, Barnsley, Palace, Twente, Tottenham, Porto, Villa, why does that already feel like season defining? Like we have to win every single one of those games. That's what it feels like, doesn't it, already? Núñez. Well, Mazraoui's got to keep going. Even that pass was short. Maguire. And the problem is as well, like I said, because they scored earlier on, basically we've had to just sit in the second half and just wallow in our shit. Just wallow in how terrible and rubbish we are. And this is what's funny with football, isn't it? That's what's funny with football. Because now for 2 weeks, we'll have to sit with this. And by the time football rolls around again in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be like, here we go again, I'm ready to have it back. And they'll be like, oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Onana, Dallo, given away, out for a throw. Joshua Xerxes off. Eriksen's on. Not a good game for him. Van Estra gives him a pat on the back. Realises it's a tough day for him. Here's Ahmad. Bruno, man. Bruno. Who's another one? From your captain today. Looking at that from your captain. Not good enough. He's been missing. He's been doing nothing. Again, pressure will firmly be on. Firmly be on. Rashford. But it's Gary Neville was talking about, Ten Hag will get till Christmas and all that kind of stuff. But the fact that they're even having that conversation now, to me, is alarming. They're basically, well, get till Christmas, you'll be given that time. And basically, like I said, those games after the international break now, they have to all be won. They have to all be won. Salah ball in. Not sure what was going on there. No stoppage time or anything like that, ref, please. Don't even bother. Ahmad. Mazraoui. Bounced stuff off Collier. Szoboszlai. They got the overload again. Szoboszlai cuts it back. That could be a penalty, That could be a penalty. Darwin Núñez just wide. I think Liverpool wanted the foul. Dork with the super chat says -3 goal difference. Familiar territory of this manager. I thought I might have a look at this. There's no doubt it's contact. It's clumsy. But I don't think it's going to get given. Ivo Clip says, what do you think that should be the club's next step? If I had that answer, Ivo Clips, I might be a very rich man. I think this is a very firm slap in the face of reality for Manchester United, isn't it? And Erik ten Hag. I think as if he wasn't under any pressure anyway, he was under pressure, but now he's under massive pressure. Coming out of the international break, he's got to win almost every game. I think convincingly. Five minutes of added time for Manchester United to endure, honestly. Okay, Flo with the super chat says Casper the Ghost has more presence than Bruno today. A keeper who can't save. Casper needs the Saudi move more than it needs him. Ahmad wins the ball back. That's going to be a corner. Hey, look, he's put a shift in since he's come on. I give Ahmad credit for that. But, again, it's an absolute shit show from United, isn't it? Absolute disaster. Ball into the box. Maguire heads it back in. Maguire, caught by Alisson. Oh, man. What a total disaster this day has been. Total disaster. And just when you want to try and be positive, don't you? You want to try and be positive. And it just, this is the offering. Now, Gary Neville was talking about literally Old Trafford's largely empty at this point. Nathan with the super chat says, all this disrespect for De Gea, wish I had him now. I don't know what Cam is talking about. Every shot goes in with Onana in goal. He has no confidence. Cliff says, honestly, what now? That's what it feels like, isn't it? That's what it feels like. Honestly, what now? And I mentioned it before kickoff. You know, that ironically enough, we did start almost quite bright. 20, 25 minutes, you go, oh, Man United look all right here. Starting the game okay. Giving the ball away a little bit, but starting okay. And it's just talk about just completely collapsing. Talk about completely collapsing, completely falling apart. Talk about just completely giving up. I mean, complete self-sabotage as well from our players. Giving the ball away, being weak on the ball. It's just a really pathetic performance, isn't it? Really pathetic performance. And look at that with ease. Yeah, this could be a goal again, to be honest. Nunez, Maguire, good tackle by Maguire. Passing it around us with just ease. Again, Old Trafford is pretty empty. Honestly. Who would be a Man United fan, eh? Azraoui, it's a heavy touch. Honestly, look at that scene. As Peter Jury just said, he's right. It's a hollow Old Trafford. And that's it. Game over. 3-0. Absolute decimation, domination. I don't even know, again, if it's like a case of, you know, Liverpool absolutely batter Manchester United and play amazingly well. I think it's more in the case of Manchester United just decided that it was going to be a one-team game, and Liverpool can just do what they want, really. Liverpool can just do what they want. We'll just give you the ball. We'll give you the ball. We'll give you goals. We won't save the goals. We won't, try and stop the goals. We'll just largely give up. And that's what we did. Just literally just gave up. Just gave them the game. There you go. Have a bit of that. Have a bit of that. No buzzwords can kind of dress it up, can they? You can't say can't fault their effort. You can. You can fault their effort. They were rubbish today. Absolutely rubbish. Big players completely disappeared. Big players just awful on the ball. Senior players not doing their job. You're looking at, from a manager point of view, you're looking at the same stuff as it was last season. That game could have been literally picked up, plopped into last season again. And now, I think Erik ten Hag and that group of players are under, an astronomical amount of pressure. A huge amount of pressure. Because Erik ten Hag's been backed in the transfer market, no doubt about it. And you've got to start getting... Look, as we've said before, screw the whole style of play nonsense. Yeah, you got to start getting results, and today that's not that. That is not results, not results, and it is shocking, absolutely shocking. You've seen Casemiro get hooked at half time for an absolutely embarrassing performance. You've seen, as I mentioned, Marcus Rashford play the full 90 when he had no business. No business playing as long as he played today. You saw, he felt bad for Cobby. He didn't have his best game. You saw Joshua Zirkzee really struggle in the game. So you've seen the captain, Bruno Fernandes, disappear. The defence, I felt bad for them at points as well, because it's just all the way through midfield, nothing. And it's awful. It is absolutely awful. That is not only a terrible result. There's one thing to have a terrible result, but there's another thing to have a terrible performance, and that's exactly what that was. That was a gutless, toothless, pathetic performance by everyone involved. And when I say everyone, I mean players, I mean staff, I mean everyone. I mean everyone that contributed to that today. That is absolutely appalling. Appalling. There's no other way to dress it up. Everyone that was involved today should be absolutely, rightfully so, humiliated with that, because that's what it is. It's the players on the pitch, it's the people in the dugout. It's awful. Awful. And a sobering lesson of reality for Manchester United. And really concerning, because again, the pressure's on. It's going to be a long 2 weeks now. Long two weeks. And a 2 week just again of just complete just hammering in the press, which again is rightfully deserved. And where'd you go from here? Do you know what the only fortunate thing is that it's the third game of the season, and that there is still time to fix it. But what does that fix it mean? Does that fix it mean you've got to do it somehow? Try and do it with these players. Can Erik ten Hag fix it? That's going to be the question on people's minds now, isn't it? Because it's not good looking. It's not good looking at all. Man, not good. Not good. Where are we at with super chats here? MJ says, you guys enabled this. You begged for Erik ten Hag to stay. You're right, MJ. Yeah, it was specifically me. I called up Ineos and said, hey, don't get rid of Erik. Ineos interviewed several people, and they thought Erik ten Hag was the right guy. And they also said that they weren't going to counter fan pressure, wasn't it? Remember that too. I think that you saw Sir Jim Ratcliffe there with all of these, with the football leadership team, and they're gonna. It's gonna be really interesting to see how. It's gonna be interesting to see how long they stick, or how much they back. You know what I mean? They've backed him certainly in the transfer market, but today, I mean, it's completely going again. It's a complete and total utter disaster, isn't it? Complete and total utter disaster. And where do you go from here? Honestly, where do you go? Because I think also as well, when it just comes to, again, when you're looking at all of the different, I mean, the problem is, you know what it is with this one as well, is anything you bring up today, anything you bring up, any position, any subject you bring up, they all deserve to be criticised. You know, I think from if you want to pick on a certain player, you go and just name one. You go, yep, that's name one. They deserve to be criticised. You want to criticise the manager? He just held 3-0 at home to Burnley. Of course, he deserves to get criticised. If you want to look at, I know, whoever, you can criticise anyone today. They were all fucking rubbish. They're all shit. MJ also says, enabled doesn't mean executed. Stop it. What? I don't get your point. So this is the fans' fault. Is that what you're trying to say, MJ? It's as a Manchester United fan, if you said, I think Erik ten Hag should get another go, that's our fault that we lost 3-0 today. That's the great thing we should start doing now, guys. Let's start fighting each other. That's what's good. That's what we should do. Let's start having a go at each other. That's good. Yeah. No, mate. No, I think is Eric also as well. Erik ten Hag's not going to get sacked over the international break. If that's your expectation, that's not going to happen. As they said on commentary, that won't happen. He's now got some games that he should be winning post-international break. If he doesn't win them, then he might end up getting the chop, in all honesty. Some of those players, Casemiro, I don't know if he's going to play again for several weeks now that Ugate's in. Not that dropping Ugate into that team's going to fix it, but Casemiro, awful. I mean, it felt like a career-ending performance in that game. Absolutely terrible. And you're looking at people like Marcus Rashford in that game, Bruno Fernandes. There'll be big questions of them and also the manager. Why are you picking them? Why are you playing them? Why are they staying on? Because they shouldn't. You heard the Old Trafford crowd before they left. They booed the decision to not take Rashford off. Daniel Luciano says Dallow's the only one that can have his head up. We can't pass. Biggie Third says Owen, Erik ten Hag wasn't fired for fear of fan backlash. Well, again, that's your theory on it. Like they say, according to Ineos, they're like, no, it was because he was the right guy. It wasn't because of fan backlash. Maybe it was. We don't know. But they're saying it wasn't. Lil Yo-Yo says, Ten Hag Defence League, let's hear this. I'm still going to wait 10 games. St. Mario says, why do you back this manager, Owen? Do you believe he's the guy to take us back to challenging for the biggest titles? Aditya says, used to be hopeful that we can be compact against bigger teams and play on the break. Even that didn't happen today. Really worried about Southampton away. That game, you mentioned that, Aditya, there, about Southampton away. That match now is just mad, isn't it? You think about Southampton away coming up. Where's my fixture list here? Why does it show me fucking fixtures from April 2023? There you go. Southampton away, September 14th, 12:30. If Man United don't win that game and don't get a result, I mean, it's as if all hell hasn't broke loose anyway. But it's just... Oh... It's so bad. And the thing is, what's going to happen now, it's going to be one of those things where when we talk about each individual thing, so let's say, for instance, we'll go like Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes went missing today, wasn't good. You know what it's going to be? Why are you talking about Bruno? Why talk about Rashford instead? Talk about Rashford. Why are you talking about Rashford? Talk about Casemiro instead. Talk about Casemiro. Why talk about Casemiro? Talk about the manager instead. All of it, all of them are at fault today. All of them are totally at fault today. They've all got their share of the blame. You know, Casemiro specifically for those goals. You look at Eric for the way the team's set up. You look at Rashford for bottling it, you know, in one-on-ones and not doing anything. You look at Bruno for going missing the whole game. You look at Andre Onana, because apparently if you have a shot, it goes in. You know, all of it is shit. All of it is awful. So bad. And there are massive questions to be asked of the manager, of the players. And in all honesty, I don't think any answer that we get after the game from any of them is going to be enough, is it? Because the only thing that the fans will want to see, and what did I say earlier on before the game started? I said the only thing people care about ultimately is results. That's all people care about is results. And when you don't get results, that's when you start the inquest about everything else. Today was absolutely shambolic. Absolutely shambolic. Absolutely embarrassing. The concern is it feels like, I remember towards the end, obviously, of Ollie's tenure. Remember towards the end of Ollie's tenure when he played Liverpool at Old Trafford and they beat us by 5, didn't they? And Ollie didn't go for a couple more weeks, wasn't it? Was that before or after the international break? I forget. But they stuffed us at Old Trafford. And the thing, and then it was games against like Watford and stuff like that, wasn't it? Those games after the international break, I mentioned them before. Southampton away, Barnsley in the Carabao Cup, Palace away, Twente in the Europa League, Spurs at home, Porto away, and Villa away. They are, honestly, I think they might be, not to be too dramatic, but I think they might be sort of make or break for Erik ten Hag. I really do. Because the pressure that's on now is very high. Very, very, very high. And if he doesn't get positive results against those teams in those games, and he has to. He absolutely has to. So after that international break, again, the pressure's firmly on. Firmly on. It's mad. Where are we at in terms of super chats and likes of things of that nature? Dennis says, and still want Ten Hag. Tim says, if Ugarte gets injured in the break as well. Well, I was checking earlier on. I don't know if he's in the Uruguay squad or whatever. But the problem is with that now, I think even with Ugarte, if we're set up like we were today, the gaps were still there once again, weren't they? Again, that's the also disappointing part of it as well, is that foul so reminiscent of last season. You saw Cobby. Cobby didn't have his best games then. It felt like Cobby was just sort of stretched around all over the place, didn't it? Felt like he was stretched around all over the place. He didn't have his best game anyway. And it was, again, just a total disaster. Complete and total disaster. And now it's going to be a long international break. And KG was saying half-time, it feels like a long season. Hopefully not, but it is a sobering one. A sobering one. And we said going into the game, didn't we, that the difference between, last weekend was a bit unfortunate, but you got 2 wins out of 3, it's not too bad, versus 1 win in your first game was 1-0 against Fulham, and conceded in the last minute against Brighton, and you just got absolutely pumped by Liverpool 3-0 at home. It is not good looking. Not good looking at all for Manchester United or Erik ten Hag. So a complete and total disaster for Manchester United. But there you go, guys. Appreciate you guys suffering with me. I mean, sure, probably some of the ops enjoyed it on this match view. I'll be live in a few minutes' time for the full-time view. Members will be able to call in and have their say. I'm sure there'll be a lot to talk about, no doubt about that. So you'll be redirected straight after this. You can go there, you can get involved, you can become a member. A reminder also, this disaster of a match was brought to you by Optimum, by Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. You can get your Optimum. Subscribe, 70% off. You can scan the QR code on the screen or on the sidebar, or the links in the video description. It's also pinned in the live chat as well. You can get involved in that. KG's been optimized. I have it too. So is Flex. And there you go. You can scan the QR code right there. Appreciate those guys for all that they've done. Right, as I mentioned, I will be live very shortly, so you can vent, get your frustrations out. Again, what a total disaster. Reminder too, fan views will be coming up outside Old Trafford after the game as well. So if you haven't already, you can get involved with that. So you can get involved, watch and react to all of those fan views too. I'm sure there's going to be, once again, a lot of opinion, a lot of discussion flying around about all of this, about that disaster again today at Old Trafford. So we can discuss that too. And honestly, honestly, I don't even know what to say. Genuinely, I don't even know what to say. It's so properly gutting and devastating, isn't it? That you just go, oh, I don't know. As far as also, actually, I should probably do this whilst I'm here. Actually, we can talk about what's on tap for tomorrow. Hopefully this will play. Let's have a look. Oh, let me get this on the right size here. Look, even this is a disaster. Right. Start that again anyway. It'd be good if I prepped that. Right. You can see tomorrow there will be the morning view. Flex and myself will be live 9 a.m. for that. Red carpet's also going to be tomorrow 7 p.m. That's the wrong time on there, but it's 7 p.m. for the red carpet tomorrow. Of course, that's Flex, KG, myself. There'll be Alice Talks Football, Adam, Saeed, all on there. A lot of opinion. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. So be sure to check that out then. Anyway, guys, I'm out of here. I'll speak to you again on the full-time view in a few minutes. Peace.